Welcome in to another broadcast of the St. Joe Mustangs in this fine 2014 summer. Chucky Kemp alongside Red Tracy for the call. The Mustangs now still sit at first in the North Division of the Mink League standings at 6-2. They've dropped 2 out of their last 3 now, but got a 12-2 win last night. And tonight they'll send Trent Kinney to the hill. Kinney in his first appearance, 6 innings, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks, and no runs allowed. The right-hander will look to do more of the same tonight. The defense behind him will start with the outfield. Left fielder Kyle Richards, Mike Sherburne back in center field, Zach Johnson starting in right. Starting at third base in the infield, Nate Winfrey. Shortstop Matthew Johnson, Eric Wilcoxon at second, Joe Corper at first, and Brady Anderson behind the plate as ball 1 is across. That ball is just a little inside. 4-2. There's another fastball on the inside part of the plate for strike 1. Two 2-1 count now for Kinney, and here's one hit at the shortstop off his knee. That's Matthew Johnson, and that'll be, see how they score it. I would assume it'll be ruled an error. It was a tough play, but right at him, a short hop, and was tough to handle, and that'll put Corbin Williams, the leadoff hitter, on first base. Now we'll see Ren Suga, the second baseman. After him, Jared Hahn, the DH, and in the 4 spot, Josh Ethier, who will be at shortstop. Here's the first pitch to Suga. Now, if I remember correctly, Kinney had a bit of trouble controlling his stuff in that first game, but like a lot of the Mustangs pitchers early on, he got out of a lot of jams and already 1 base runner and a 2-0 count to the second batter, Ren Suga. It's good to be back, Red.
Absolutely.
It's good to be back.
Absolutely.
Couple days off. Mound visit from catcher Brady Anderson. Anderson's seen a lot of time. We've seen him at first base and behind the plate. Still just 8 games into the season. Mustangs, like I said, 6-2 on the year. Trent Kinney is 1-0. We'll see if he can get to 2-0. Kind of setting the bar for the Mustangs team would be Riker Fox. The runner goes. Anderson's throw is high, and Williams is in there with a stolen base. Northwest Bearcats head baseball coach Darren Lowe just strolled in. Watch a few of the former Bearcats tonight. There's a strike in there from Kinney, now a 3-1 count. Got another interesting character in the stands as well. We're not sure exactly, but looks to be potentially an scout from the Oakland A's is what we've been told. I'm putting all that on Chris Roush. He told us. He told us.
Yeah,
3-2 count now.
The draft's coming up on Thursday.
This one grounded to Kinney. He throws to first, and there's your first out of the inning. The runner, Williams, stays at second. Yes, it is on Thursday.
Yeah, draft starts on Thursday, and I heard manager Matt Johnson talking. It looks like a few guys are kind of being scouted. The closer got 3 saves last week. Brett Ash is being looked at, as well as Kyle Gears, and I believe Nate Winfrey is who said that might be getting drafted this weekend. So keep an eye out for that.
Those would be tough losses to this team, but definitely good for those guys, as there's strike 1 to the 3-hole hitter Jared Hahn. I think Ash is definitely... Ash is, I mean, he has some good stuff. He's got a great fastball, a lot of velocity, and he's got some good breaking pitches. I definitely think he'll go. There's a ball outside for ball 1. A 1-1 count, one out. Runner on second is Williams. Not much of a lead out there from him, but a base hit will score him. And there's a strike on the outside part of the plate, so that's where Kenny has really had his success early in this game, is painting the corners. Tailing fastball on the sidearm motion. Here's the 1-2 pitch. This one fouled back and out of play, and we'll redo it at 1-2. Kenny steps back on. That pitch is up high for ball two. Had one to waste though, and does so up in the zone. That one's also called a ball. Still working very close to the zone. We'll see if he can punch him out right here. 3-2 count. Hahn is the batter from the left side, the DH. Fastball. This one hit well into center field. Sherburne back and under it, and the runner will not tag up. Sherburne with a good throw in, and that will be out number 2. And still, Williams remains on second base. And they did call, in fact, that first at bat Williams. That was an error, as we expected. Now Josh Ethier, the shortstop, in the 4-hole steps in, batting from the right side. We'll have righty on righty, and a tough fastball to deal with from Kenny as it tails in, and that one just a bit too far inside. There's a fastball a little bit down in the zone. Now 2-0 count with 2 outs. Kenny from the stretch deals fastball. This one's popped down the first base side and will get out of play onto the roof of the locker room. Nice snag down there. A 2-1 count. Here's the pitch. Fastball hit at the second baseman, Wilcoxon. Fields it off a short hop. The throw got him at first, and Kenny strands one on the base paths. The Mustangs still tied at 0. It'll be Wilcoxon, Sherburne, and Standifer coming up in the bottom half. Leading off the bottom of the first inning, it'll be second baseman Eric Wilcoxon, a freshman at Arkansas State this year. Played in 30 games, 19 hits, totaled a 257 batting average. And here's a little bloop liner into left field. It paints the line, and he'll head to second base. An aggressive base running move, and around the tag at second. A good move from Wilcoxon there. Slid to the outside of the bag and just reached over and grabbed it. And that's a leadoff double. One pitch and a runner on second.
You gotta love it.
He's barely snuck that in there, but another guy with a lot of speed, and we actually didn't see him in that first week of play. Has now played in 2 games, and it's good to see him on the squad, as that was a great leadoff double. Now it's the center fielder, Mike Sherburne. Right-hander in the 2-hole. Sherburne went to Rhode Island. He was a junior this year, so he takes strike 2. Batted .264, 33 hits, 4 doubles and 4 triples, and you know what that means, more speed. See if he can bring Wilcoxon around. Fastball, fouled back, and stays alive at 0-2. What is the deal with this weather, man? I mean, we got poured on last night, but clouds just won't go away. It says there's a 0% chance of rain. I don't think it's going to rain, but they just won't go away.
The sun is shining. That's all you can ask for.
I guess. There's ball 1. 1-2 count. Runner on second. Still a 0-0 tie here in the bottom of the first inning. No outs for the pitcher, Robert Beltran. He'll look the runner Wilcoxon back at second. Sherburne and Wilcoxon both in their first season with the Mustangs. We'll see Standifer after them, who's also in his first season. That ball's outside for ball 2. Three more nights of home games this week. Tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday. Tonight, of course, a doubleheader, 2 7-inning games. Had the same deal last week on Thursday, I believe it was.
Yep. Took 2 from the Spooner Bandits. Hopefully we can get another 2 wins here tonight.
2-2. This one skied high on the infield. Not on the infield. It floats back behind the backstop, and the catcher, Fujinaka, makes a good play on it. 4 out, number 1. Now Standifer comes in, the DH, and we'll see what he can do. So far on the year, a .280 batting average in 7 games played. Scored 3 runs, he's walked twice, and he stole 3 bases. Here's the pitch. Takes the fastball in there for strike 1. This is a big week, not only just because of the 4 nights of baseball, but like you mentioned, the MLB draft, and we know the Mustangs have a lot of talent on this team. And there's a liner hitting the left field. Left fielder makes a good play on it. Nakasato kind of made a last-second decision to lunge for that one. It was a good decision, and that's the second out, and the runner Wilcoxon will stay on second. But it's tough to see him go because you know it's some of our best players, but at the same time it's exciting to know that we've got these players and that they have been playing for us, and then it's exciting just knowing that these guys are going to continue their baseball career at the big league level. A guy that we should expect to do something like that in the near future, maybe not this year. Here's Joe Corper, and here's a long fly ball into center field. Williams is back and makes the grab about 40 feet away from the fence for out number 3. So once again, a runner stranded on the base paths. That time the Mustangs leave one out there, and Chillicothe will be coming up in the top half. Mike Metashevsky will lead off the top of the second inning. Right-hander with a very long last name, to say the least. And Trent Kinney delivers a fastball in there for strike one. Kinney stranded one runner on the base paths. There's a curveball that gets away from him. Almost gets Metashevsky in the back. 1-1 count now. See if Kinney can keep his command together tonight. There's a curveball smacked over the shortstop Johnson into left field for a single. And the first runner, just like in the first inning, is on the base paths with no out. Here's Nick Cajado, the third baseman for the Chillicothe Mudcats. The Mudcats come into this one with a 2-3 record, 2 games back of the Mustangs, so definitely a huge night of baseball for them. And also for the Mustangs to gain a little bit more of a lead they have in that North Division. Ball 1 to Cajado. Metashevsky on first base. He's playing right field, gets a decent lead here. He will stay, though, and Cajado pulls back the bunt attempt for ball 2. On deck, TJ Martin, the first baseman. He's in the 7-hole tonight, and then we'll see Fujinaka and Nakasato. That ball's a little low, and a little protest from the Mustangs fans after that pitch, as we've seen 3 right in that location that have been all called balls. Here's the 3-0. Strike, and that one right down the pipe, but Cajado will take one wisely. See if Kinney can battle back and get out of this one. Grounder right to Kinney, and he'll go to first. Wise decision as the runner Metashevsky had a good jump at first. Now 1 out and a runner on second base. TJ Martin, the first baseman, will be looking to get something going here from the right side of the plate. We'll have righty-on-righty matchup. Center fielder Sherburne shifted to the left just a little bit. Left fielder Richards looks to be, this might just be my depth perception, but he looks to be in a little bit, and slightly surprising there as the first baseman is up, but he's in the 7-hole. This one swing and fouls it back to the backstop. What do you think, Red? We're going to see a long ball tonight?
You know, I'm hoping for one. I haven't been able to see one all season. Only one hit by the Mustangs. It was Sherburne and Nevada on Sunday night. So hopefully we'll be able to get one here at Phil Welch tonight.
Knuckleball hit to Kinney, throws to second, and a double play on the soft liner. Kinney keeps his balance and a great throw to second. Does it himself in this one. That is 3 up and 3 down, so to speak, for the Mustangs. We'll see Nate Winfrey coming up in the bottom half. third baseman, number 10, Nate Winfrey, stepping in to lead off the bottom of the second inning. Still scoreless here at Phil Welch Stadium. Chucky Kemp, Red Tracy, and Chris Roush sitting on for the call tonight. There's strike one to Winfrey. That's from Robert Beltran. There's a curveball outside for ball one, and the clouds that I saw earlier are kind of shifting away from the field, which is good to see. Here's the 1-1. Fastball in the dirt for ball two. You never know with Northwest Missouri weather. You just never know. It could snow right now. Fastball low for ball three, and I think the pitchers are going to slowly start to realize that the lower part of the zone is not really as prominent as it has been in these first couple games, and he is going to call that a strike, however, as Winfrey headed to first, tossed his bat. He'll get that back. Now a full count. Seemed like he waited a while. Seemed like he let Winfrey get a while ways down. I mean, he was going to call it the whole time, but he did wait a second to say strike and might have been playing a little trick on Winfrey there. All in good fun.
All I know is that the umpires usually don't like that, and they kind of have a little bit of a vendetta out for the batter. Not this time, though.
That one's definitely ball four, though. That one Winfrey had to move out of the way for. So Winfrey on first, no outs. He'll stand next to first base coach Johnny Coy, former Mustangs player, and now we'll see Brady Anderson, the catcher, and see what he can do. Love to see a runner come home, at least one come home this inning. Anderson, a little blooper up the middle. The shortstop, Ethier, makes a play. I'll throw to first, and he's out at first base. Caught Winfrey sleeping at first, and I don't think he expected Ethier to throw, but that was a good throw.
Very good throw.
Caught him off guard. Now 2 outs, and that erases your leadoff walk.
Kind of got to wonder what Winfrey was thinking on that one as he goes halfway on just a little blue pit to just in front of the second base bag. I don't know why you're going that far on that one, but ended up costing him.
Here's Zach Johnson. He'll foul the first one back for strike one. The right fielder, I believe, is one of just 2 that has started in, or no, he has not. He has not started in every game. He has started in every game, I'm being told. Red corrected me. He has. That one's fouled back as well, so an 0-2 count quickly to the right fielder, Zach Johnson. He's hitting .231 on the season, 3 RBIs, 2 stolen bases. And here's the 0-2. Fastball, and Johnson reaches out and fouls it into the parking lot. And I will say I don't think he was expecting fastball there as he kind of on his heels, maybe waiting for an off speed, and fouls that one just barely away. 0-2 again. Fastball, fouls it straight back, and he's on it right now. That was made solid contact with the last one. He was late. That time just missed it, and that could have been a well-driven ball. The center fielder doing something we haven't seen much of, and that's shifting to the right of the field when a right-handed batter's up. He's over in right center field, and he was right to be there. That one's hit just to the second baseman, Suga, but would have been in the direction of Corbin Williams had it been a little bit further. That's out number 3. Mustangs erase a walk with a double play, and then they fly out to end the inning. And Chillicothe's coming up next. catcher Dane Fujinaka leading things off. A liner up the middle, base hit for Fujinaka. One pitch from Trent Kinney and a single. And the third inning in a row, the Chillicothe Mudcats have their leadoff hitter on base somehow. The past two have been hits. The first inning, of course, an error. They'll take it any way they can get it, however. And as we mentioned, they're 2 games back of the Mustangs for the lead in the North Division, or to be tied for the lead. And 2 wins tonight would tie them. Still nothing, no outs. Here's the pitch from Kinney and fouled back. That's Nakasato, the left fielder, now up. After him, we'll be back to Corbin Williams at the top. Kinney starts the first one tonight, and the second game will be given to Jeremiah Figueroa. And we found out last week as Figueroa went 5 innings, and he actually pitched the other doubleheader. And he went 5 innings of scoreless ball, 5 strikeouts, 2 walks, and got the win. First time he's pitched since high school, and we will see the second time he's pitched since high school tonight, and hopefully another performance just like that. Fujinaka gets his lead at first, and Kinney will go over there again. That's the second time. They also pitched out once, so they're obviously worried that the catcher will run. Got a pretty good lead over at first base. Corper holds. Here's the pitch, and this one softly grounded to Wilcoxon. Charged, throw to first, and got him. A good throw there, off balance. Gets Nakasato at first base for out number 1. Now a runner on second. And how many times have we seen this situation? Runner on second, 1 out. Third inning in a row. Kinney done a great job, though, so far to strand those runners. And now back to the top of the order. It'll get a little bit harder. Corbin Williams steps in. He hit the hard liner at Matthew Johnson in the first inning that Johnson couldn't make a play on. Here's the first pitch, curveball, just a bit outside for ball 1. Kinney takes the sign from Anderson. The lefty Williams looking to drive something here. Fouls it straight back into the backstop for strike 1. 1-1 count, 1 out, 2 hits so far for the Mudcats. 1 hit for the Mustangs and an error for the Mustangs in that first inning. Didn't haunt them. And hopefully they can make sure they clean things up in the coming innings, as Mudcats a solid team. And they'll make you pay. So here's the pitch from Kinney outside for ball 2. Kinney's first season with the Mustangs has started off pretty well with that win last week. This one hit into right field. That's a base hit. Johnson comes up, and he will get it into Corper at first. A base hit, and that'll put runners on the corners. First and third, a base hit for Corbin Williams. Trent Kinney, Mississippi Valley State University, a junior this year, 6'5". And you can tell from here, that's the reason I look, just to see the height, and he is very, very tall on the mound. First and third for the 2-hole hitter, Suga. Ren Suga 0 for 1 on the day. All he's got to do, though, is really put one in play up the middle. That'll score the run at first. That one, the runner goes. Anderson throws, and it's once again a little high, a little late. That's a stolen base for Williams. And now, second and third double play ball is out of the question. That was a great steal there to remove the chance of the double play. Williams at second, Fujinaka at third. Here's the pitch. Fastball fouled straight back for strike 2. A big pitch coming. 0-2 count, still just 1 out, and this would be huge, as the corners Corper and Winfrey, you could guess, are looking to come home on a ground ball. as well as Kinney, but a strikeout would change that. Kinney struggled to command his off speed. We'll see what he goes with. It's a fastball. Winfrey, he goes home, and they got Fujinaka in a rundown. Anderson running him back to third. 2 runners at third base, and he'll tag one for the out. That's Fujinaka that'll be called out. And now runners on second and third. Asuga takes second, so same situation with 2 outs. The only difference there is Fujinaka is out now. Brady Anderson made a good play there. He saw the runner going to third, but he almost made a huge mistake as well because he didn't put the tag down, and that's what everyone, teammates, fans, and coaches were yelling at him to do. Jared Hahn, the DH, steps in. Favorable matchup for the left-hander at the plate. 2 outs. Kinney's fastball's in there for ball 1. Three-hole hitter Hahn, don't want to be down in the count to him. There's strike 1. A 1-1 count. And the infield at their normal depth. Winfrey and Corper both back halfway between the outfield and infield grass. This one's popped down the third base line. Winfrey over, but I think it'll get out of play, and it will. A 1-2 count, and yet another big pitch in this inning for Trent Kinney. We'll see if he can get it out. You definitely don't want to see Ethier and Metashevsky in this inning as well. That one's fouled off and away. We'll retry it at 1-2. Batter's kind of trying to slow down the pace of Kinney tonight, it seems like. And here's the 1-2. This one driven into right center field. That ball is down. Sherburne gets it, but 2 runs will come around to score, and a 2-0 lead for the Mudcats in the top of the third inning. A great hit there by Hahn to drive that into right center field. He'll stay on first with a single, but nonetheless, a 2-0 lead for the Mudcats. Josh Ethier, the shortstop, looking to keep things going here with 2 outs. Kinney's already surrendered 4 hits. He'll think about laying a bunt down, but it'll go foul. Kinney gave up no earned runs, none allowed in his first game in those 6 innings. Struck out 2, walked 2. But tonight, already 2 runs given up, 4 hits. We'll see if he can get out of it with limited damage here. Curveball gets away from him, and I've seen that a few times now where that curveball heads into the right-hander's batter's box. Fastball in there for strike 2, 1-2, and a chance to get out of the inning for Trent Kinney. Josh Ethier on the season, 5 for 9, 3 runs scored, a .555 average. He's 0 for 1 on the night, however. Curveball and can't get the inside corner. Looks like he's kind of fighting that curveball tonight, although that one was close. Still didn't look pleased with it. The fastball's doing all right. Curveball gets him swinging for the 3rd out of the inning, and that one was a good one. Must have heard me, wanted to prove me wrong. Now 3 innings pitched for Trent Kinney. 4 hits, 2 earned runs, though, is the number to look at, and the Mudcats lead the Mustangs 2-0. Left fielder Kyle Richards leads things off here in the bottom of the third inning for the Mustangs. It'll be Richards, Matthew Johnson, and Eric Wilcoxon. We'll see if they can get those 2 runs back. Robert Beltran has looked good, though. Fastball just a bit outside for ball 1. Another fastball in there. That one will catch the outside corner, although Kyle Richards didn't agree, saw him shake his head there, and it's hard to tell. We're a little bit off to the side. It's a bit hard to tell, and Richards pops this one high on the right side of the infield. Martin over right at first base, struggling to find it, and reaches up and grabs it right in the palm of his glove, though. That couldn't have felt too good. But nonetheless, 1 out here in the bottom of the third. Now to the 9-hole, Matthew Johnson. Johnson struggling at the plate to start the season. A 63 batting average, .063 average in 5 games played. See if he can get things turned around here. Here's the first pitch. And that one's low. This one fouled down the right side, out of play. That one's down low for another ball. One thing the Mustangs haven't done that we're used to them doing so far would be a lot of base runners all the time almost. And Johnson, a high fly ball into center field. Williams barely has to move and makes the catch for out number 2. Now back to the top of the order, Eric Wilcoxon, and then Sherburne after him.
Wilcoxon's 1 for 1 on the night. He had that big double back in the to lead off the game in the first inning. With the aggressive play on what looked like it was just going to be a single, but he ends up heading on over to second. Mustang's not able to do anything with it as the next 3 batters all flew out.
And he fouls that one back for strike 1. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and looked like it nicked his leg, but he didn't move. He didn't show any signs of that being the case, so he'll get back in there with a 1-1 count. One-two to Wilcoxon, and Beltran looking to go 1-2-3 here in the bottom of the third. Here's the 1-2, swung on out of the catcher's glove. He'll make a run to first, but not in time. Out at first base for out number 3. The Mudcats and Beltran make quick work of your Mustangs in the third inning, and still a 2-1 lead heading to the fourth. Two-one lead for the Chillicothe, or 2-0 lead for the Chillicothe Mudcats here in the top of the fourth inning. Wilcoxon struck out and was thrown out at first after the catcher Fujinaka dropped it. Now we'll see if Trent Kinney can get back on track in this one. A grounder to the left side, fielded and thrown to first by Winfrey. That is one up, one down. Metashevsky can't get anything started here in the fourth. And that'll be one out for Trent Kinney and probably a little bit of a relief for him as he got a quick one there. And now maybe can settle into a groove here as Quijado comes up.
It's actually the first inning now that the leadoff batter has not gotten on. So, he's looking to start quick in this one and hopefully 3 up, 3 down.
Fastball just misses. Or excuse me, fastball is in there. That one just misses. Now a 1-1 count. I think it's the booth that's throwing us off. We're normally on the left side. We're on the right today. It's just that's what it is. We'll put it on that. This one lined to Johnson at short. Fields on a short off. Long throw. Got him at first base. And Quijado is down on a ground ball. 2 outs now for Trent Kinney. Really good to see him get into a little bit of a groove here. And that's definitely what the Mustangs need as the shortened game tonight. First of our doubleheader. 7 innings. The Mustangs will have 4 more chances at the plate and obviously could get 2 runs back with 1 swing of the bat, but got to have your starting pitcher kind of settle in. We'll see if he can do that. Now to TJ Martin. This one a hard grounder at Winfrey. Knocks it down and a good throw to first. A great play by Nate Winfrey at third. 1-2-3 inning for Trent Kinney, and we'll see if they can get those 2 runs back in the bottom of the fourth. Center fielder Mike Sherburne leading things off here in the bottom of the fourth inning, and see if they can get to Beltran as the starter for Chillicothe, Robert Beltran, having a great game. There's a fastball a little low for ball 1, and even when he's been behind in the count, really he hadn't been that far behind, but past couple batters have got ahead 1-0, 2-0, but he's battled back fine and induced some ground ball outs, some pop-up outs. He's done it in every way possible. 2-0 count now. Fastball for strike 1. Starting to see the bottom half of that zone kind of open up as we get a little further into the game. The 2-1 fastball, grounded foul down the left side. Beltran, 3 innings pitched, only 1 hit allowed, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. No runs, of course, as the Mustangs trail 2-0. Beltran's delivery, 2-2. This one grounded up the middle, grabbed by Beltran, and steps, throws to first for out number 1. 1 up, 1 down, and he's retired, well, a lot straight, but 5 straight batters, as Red tells me, but 2 very quick, 1 1/3 of very quick baseball for Beltran. And here's the first pitch to Standifer. In there for strike 1. Swing and a miss from Standifer on the heater. An 0-2 count, and you really don't want to see Beltran get you on 3 pitches. He's only thrown 41 so far. That's outside for ball 1. And clearly pitch count is not going to be a problem for him. It rarely is in 7-inning games regardless. This one lined at the shortstop, Ethier, right to him for out number 2. And Standifer is now 0 for 2 on the night. Here's Joe Corper. We'll see if he can do some damage and get maybe a 2-out rally started. Big righty in Corper at the plate, and Beltran, the lefty, on the mound. Fastball just catches the outside corner. Fouls that one back for strike 2, and as soon as I say Beltran has been down in the count a few times, he goes 0-2 to the next 2 batters. Hopefully Corper can get him out of this groove he's in. Fastball. This one popped down the right side. It looks like it's going to get out of play, and it will. As far as I can tell, Fujinaka's calling this game for Beltran, and he's done a fine job. Give him a lot of credit for this as well. The mixture of pitches has really got the Mustangs hitters off balance. Here's the 0-2. Fastball, check swing from Corper. They'll appeal it, and they did not go. Good call, Red?
I think it was a good call. Seemed to stop it.
The 1-2. This one, same deal, popped down the right side, out of play, onto the roof of the locker room. Still some fans coming into the game tonight. 2 games tonight. Fastball, Corper at the third baseman, Quijado, throw to first and comes off the bag, but makes the tag as TJ Martin. And that's another 1-2-3 inning for the Mudcats. They're going to come up and try to pad that 2-0 lead. We'll see if Trent Kinney can carry things over from the 4th in the top of the 5th. Dane Fujinaka will lead things off, and after him it'll be Nakasato, and then Williams back to the top of the order. Trent Kinney still on the bump. That ball's inside for ball one. Kinney, 4 innings pitched, 4 hits, 2 earned runs, and the 1 strikeout. That's in there for strike one. A 1-1 count for Kinney, and he gets guys down in the count. He's tough to deal with. It's just a matter of getting ahead in the count for him. He's up to 60 pitches, now 61, as that was ball 2. Here's the 2-1. Fastball grounded toward Winfrey. Good field and throw to Corper at first for out number 1. Corper's a nice target over there at first base for the infielders, standing at about 6'5", I believe, 255 pounds or so. He's fairly athletic at that size.
Oh, yeah. He's had a couple stolen bases on the year so far, so definitely getting a chance to show that athleticism.
Here's the first pitch, driven into right center field. Nakasato has at least a single. He's going to second. Here's the throw from Zach Johnson on the money, and he is out of there at second base. I'm not sure what he was thinking there. I don't know if he got the signal or not. He has some wheels on him, but Johnson, he didn't have any effort there. He just took a step, threw it just normal, and it was on the money, and Johnson applied the tag. Zach Johnson to Matt Johnson, and that's the second out. Red's speechless in here. He can't believe it either. He's speechless right now. And here's Corbin Williams, the leadoff hitter. He's 1 for 2, and he'll take ball 1. Can't believe it, man. That was
just wondering why you would run on any of these outfielders. I mean, all of them have had a chance to show their arm, and all of them have proven to have a gun in the outfield. So
and
I don't know why
Johnson
you're trying to stretch it into a double on a shallow single.
And, I mean, he took a good angle, but he didn't even have to. The grass stopped it almost, and always in front of Johnson. He was coming hard at it, and Nakasato thought he could get there. A 1-2 count for Kinney now to Corbin Williams. You'd love to get the leadoff hitter here and get out of the inning, go 1-2-3. Here's the pitch. Curveball grounded down the first base line. Off the bag. Corper will field, but no throws made. That'll be a base hit there for Williams. That's a well-placed ball. Yeah, I don't think you're going to field many of those. You have to get it before it gets to the bag. And even if that comes straight down to Corper, it's so high in the air, you're going to get there. Now, Suga comes in the bat. He's 0 for 2, scored a run. He's got a speedy Corbin Williams on first base. We'll see if he's on the move.
Yeah, Williams already has 2 stolen bases on the game tonight.
And they're going to say that one was fouled. It looked like it was just a bit, but I'll tell you what, Red, that thing was going to hit the bag. And that was going to hit the outside of the bag there, and that was – I've never seen it happen 2 times in a row. You rarely ever see it, really, but 2 times in a row, I'd have been shocked. And if Corporal wouldn't have stuck his glove out, I think it would have clipped it. No 1 count for Kinney. Here's the pitch. Runner, and Anderson throws, and he is safe at second base. Corbin Williams takes his second base of the night. Third base of the night.
Third steal of the night.
Keep me
according to my book. I don't know.
I'll trust you. 1-1 count for Trent Kinney, runner on second, and definitely a base hit will score Corbin Williams. Plenty of speed out there. Really, this team built a lot like this Mustangs team with a lot of speed. Here's the pitch. 1-1 curveball outside corner. Can't get the call. Kinney wanted it, and I thought he might have snuck it in there. Just a bit outside, though, for ball 2. Here's the 2-1. Fastball fouled down the left field line, out of play. Two and two for Kinney. A big pitch here to get out of the inning. Breaking ball up high, and that'll make the count full. 3-2 here. 2 outs. Williams on second. A 2-0 lead for the Mudcats here at Phil Welch Stadium tonight in the first of 2 games. Here's the pitch. Grounded. Foul down the first base line. Kenny throwing everything he's got at Suga right now. Doing a good job to foul everything off, and hasn't got a hit tonight yet, but seeing plenty of pitches, just waiting for the one he likes. Here's the pitch, and he liked that one. Corper dives and stops it to keep it on the infield. The runner's going home, and no one gets the ball in time. Wilcoxon grabs it, but the runner, Williams, great base running, will come all the way around from second on what I would presume they'll call an infield single. Now Hahn, the DH. Jared Hahn will step in. Runner on first. Another speedy runner in Suga. Hahn, the lefty. Runner goes. Anderson throws this one low and goes into center field. And Suga will stay at second, though, as Sherburne was backing up. Runner in scoring position, however. 0-1 count, 2 outs. A good lead at second base for Suga. Kenny will step off as he noticed he was getting a healthy lead. If no one holds, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes. Anderson creeps over, Johnson creeps over as there's strike 2, an 0-2 count now. Still 2 outs here in the top of the 5th. 3 chances left for the Mustangs to get 3 runs to tie, and hopefully Kenny can stop it at 3. Here's the pitch, just a bit outside for ball 1. Gets the sign, and the shade in an odd position right now for the Mustangs, and that one inside. And I'll tell you what, that one looked like Hahn might have stuck his knee out there to get that one. And I think you saw the same thing, if I'm not mistaken. He'll take first, though. That's a bold move. You're not going to find me doing that.
Just leans that right knee into it.
Clips the knee of Hahn, and he'll take first base. Now first and second. And nothing really hurt, you could say, as now you've got a force at every base. Here's the first pitch, curveball. A little up high to Ethier, the shortstop. The 1-0 is fouled into the bleachers for strike 1. Swing and a miss there to make it a 1-2 count. Let's see if Kenny can repeat that fastball. That one's in the dirt. Anderson blocks it, and the runner goes to third. That's Suga going to third. Hahn stays at first. Now first and third. Still 2 outs, a 2-2 count, a 3-0 lead for the Mudcats, and all that matters right now is getting out of this inning with no more runs coming across and seeing if the Mustangs can cut into this lead. Pitch, curveball, driven into left field. That is a fair ball. One run comes around. Suga scores. The runner Hahn to third. And a double for the shortstop Ethier and a 4-0 lead for the Mudcats. And here comes manager Matt Johnson onto the field to talk to Kenny and Brady Anderson, the catchers. There's a lot of action. Two pitchers up in the Mustangs bullpen, and it looks like one's coming out as Kenny will hand the ball off to Matt Johnson. His day is done. We'll see who's coming in from right field. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, and we'll have that for you. See if the Mustangs can get out of this inning.
Minashevsky is the batter now as Trent Kenny's day is done. He goes 4 2/3, allowing 8 hits and 4 earned runs on the night. And new pitch for the Mustangs is Blake Collins as Minashevsky swings at strike number 1. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. As the Mustangs look to get out of this inning, they've had 2 runs come across the plate already, and they got runners on second and third now. Collins deals high for ball 1. This is Collins' third appearance on the season. He's thrown an inning and a third. He's had 2 strikeouts and 2 walks. 6.75 ERA. We have a swing and a miss for strike number 3. Collins comes in, throws 3 strikes, and gets out. Mitashevsky, the batter, as the Mustangs head into the bottom half of the 5th, trying to come back from this 4-0 deficit.
Third baseman Nate Winfrey stepping in for the Mustangs. Winfrey not recorded an at-bat tonight. See if he can get something started. Bottom of the fifth, a 4-0 lead for the Mudcats, something the Mustangs are not accustomed to, especially at Phil Welch so far this season. Fastball, wow, way down in the dirt. Is that one hit before the... I'm not 100% sure, but that one might have hit at the lip of the grass as it shot up in the air. Well short of the catcher, Fujinaka. Here's the 1-0 from Beltran, also a little low. Winfrey's ahead in the count 2-0. This is definitely what the Mustangs need. They need to see a lot of pitches and find any way they can to get on base. And there's ball three straight pitches down in the dirt. And that one's ball four. 4 straight balls to start the bottom of the fifth inning. Winfrey's on. Now we'll see Brady Anderson. Anderson's 0 for 1 on the night. After him, Zach Johnson, who's also 0 for 1. Mustangs have only tallied 1 hit in these 4 innings so far. That came from the second baseman, Eric Wilcoxon. Good lead for Winfrey. Here's the pitch. That's a fastball in there for strike 1. The throw over, and Winfrey dives back safely. Oh, 0-1 pitch down low for ball 1. Haven't seen this out of Beltran yet, and maybe a sign of fatigue and maybe just a little bump in the road. We don't know which yet. Only has thrown 57 pitches. Anderson pops this one up to Ethier, and he will come back and grab that one for out number 1. And that is a big time out for Beltran. In my opinion, I think that's a big out because he is struggling with his command just a little bit. Leadoff runners on, and then maybe a little confidence booster is a little bloop pop-up to the shortstop, gets him his first out. And you're also in the bottom half of the Mustangs order, which we know doesn't make a whole lot of difference, but we'll see if they can get something going. Here's Zach Johnson. The throw to Winfrey, and he is safe at first. Very, very close play there as the catcher Fujinaka made a good attempt that can't quite get him for out number 2. Now a 1-0 count to Johnson. Beltran steps off. Here's the 1-0. Fastball. Hit, bloops into center, and it falls between Ethier and Williams in shallow center field for a base hit. Now 2 runners on, first and second for the Mustangs, 1 out, and here's Kyle Richards, the left fielder. Richards 111 on the season, 1 RBI. See if he can drive another one in. Winfrey on second, Johnson on first. First pitch catches the outside corner for strike 1. The 0-1 outside for ball 1 now. And that'll even the count at 1. Double play balls in effect. Force at every base right now for the Mudcats. Mustangs good leads at both bases. Here's the pitch from Beltran. Fastball down low. That's ball 2. up to 62 pitches on the night. On the afternoon, I should say. This one fouled into the ground by Richards, as I don't think he really wanted it. It was a curveball, kind of got him out on his front foot. And now the count is even at 2. A 2-2 count, still 1 out. Mustangs really need to start digging into this lead. It became 4 in the top of the 5th, and need at least 1, you would think, here. You really don't want to try and get them all back in 1 inning. You do have 2 chances left after this. But a good opportunity right here. Here's the 2-2. Fastball, and that's grounded foul down the left side. Another meeting from Fujinaka to the mound to talk to Beltran. We'll see what they go with, and you have to wonder if that's also probably trying to get in Richards' head here as he continues to fight off pitches, and we'll see if they go off speed. They've been leaning on the fastball. There's another fastball fouled straight back. Just a big mind game right now, because you have to think they're thinking, we've been doing good with the fastball. He's probably expecting curve. Let's go fastball. Now they're probably doing the same thing again where like there's no way he thinks we'll throw 2 fastballs in a row here, but we'll see if they do. Another fastball. That's a ball outside. Now a 3-2 count. Now we'll see if Richards can get a hold of one. I would guess fastball again here on the 3-2 count. You don't want to load the bases. Here's the pitch. Fastball got him swinging low outside part of the zone. Richards swings over the top, and that's out number 2. A lot of pressure now on Matthew Johnson to deliver something here. Still runners on first and second, 2 outs. Still those lone 2 hits for the Mustangs. 2 errors on defense as well. 8 hits for the Mudcats. Here's the pitch. Fastball, and right at the pitcher. Beltran makes a good grab on the line drive, and that will do it. A 4-0 lead for the Mudcats heading to the 6th. Blake Colin's back on the mound for the Mustangs. The lefty delivers ball 1 to start things. Leading off is Quijado. He's 0 for 2 on the night. Figueroa will get the start in the second game of the night, and we'll see if he can do what he did last week in that gem of a game he threw. 5 innings, 5 Ks, no runs, and the win. A 1-1 count now to Quijado. Curveball in there for ball 2. That one, very nice pitch across the inside part of the plate. This one hit high into right field, and Johnson goes back to the warning track and makes the catch right at the edge of the track for out number 1. A loud out number 1 is right field only about where he was, I would guess about 315, 320. Now, if he pulls that one straight down the line, it's probably out of here by 8 feet or so. Martin, the first baseman. We'll see if TJ can get off the 0 for here. He's 0 for 2. First pitch from Collins, fouled straight back on the roof. No 1 count, 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. 2 chances left for the Mustangs to get those 4 runs back. Fastball, Anderson tries to block it. It goes straight through his legs, hits the umpire in the leg. Now we've got a 1-1 count. Fastball, swing and a miss for strike 2. Collins kind of reared back on that one, and big-time fastball. See if he can get out number 2 here, and then we'd see the catcher, Fujinaka. This one up in the zone, hits into left field, and that's caught by the left fielder, Richards, for out number 2. And I kind of lost it there for a second. That looked like it was right in his chest area. I mean, he went up and got that. I don't know. Here's Fujinaka. Collins' first one to him. Fastball hit up the middle. Second baseman over. Wilcoxon throws in the dirt. Corper scoops it for out number 3. The umpire confused there for a second. He almost gave the safe signal, but he caught himself. And that's out number 3. Mustangs really need something here in the bottom of the 6th. They trail 4-0. One, two, three due up for the Mustangs, and what better chance to get back these 4 runs than right here in the bottom of the 6th inning as Blake Collins is now rolling through this Mudcats lineup. He's gone 1 1/3, struck 1 out. hard grounder to the second baseman, and he is thrown out at first, though. Wilcoxon is done on 2 pitches. Ren Suga, good play at second there, right to him. Hard hit, however. And now we'll see Sherburne, the center fielder. Beltran still going strong in this one.
Unfortunately.
First pitch to Sherburne, strike 1. Just been a really, I don't know what the word is, a drive up the middle and a good hit there for Sherburne. And as I say, it was kind of a dull game so far. That was a rip up the middle, and now a 1-out single for the center fielder. Now here's Andrew Standifer. Standifer's 0 for 2 on the day. See if he can get that turned around. But still, just kind of a slow game. And even when the Mudcats were scoring, still a slow game because there's not a whole lot of, there's not Mudcats fans here really, so you're not a lot of noise. Just kind of a slower game tonight, and see if the Mustangs can turn it around. The 0-1 pitch to Standifer. Fastball outside for ball 1. One count, 1 out. Sherburne on first. Inside in the dirt, and Sherburne will stay. Now a 2-1 count. On deck, Corper. Winfrey will follow in the 5-hole. This one fouled back off the bat of Standifer. That'll make it a 2-2 count. Fastball grounded softly to the third baseman. Throw to second is just in time. Suga had to stretch out a little bit, and Sherburne is out at second. Standifer will trade places with him, and now 2 outs in the inning. Standifer on first, Corper up to bat, and we keep talking about the Corper long ball's got to be coming soon, and this would be a perfect time to cut the lead in half. Mustangs still trail by 4, and the window is fading. 4 outs to go. Here's Beltran. Fastball. Corper pops it into right field. Metashevsky's under it. Out number 3 is made, and the Mustangs strand 1. Can't get anything. A 4-0 lead for the Mudcats heading to the 7th. Nakasato leading off the top of the 7th, and Mustangs really really need a quick inning here and have got to get the bats going. Obviously, a 7-inning game to start our doubleheader, and a 7-inning game will follow. We would presume at about 7:30 we should be on time, maybe at this rate even a little sooner. The 1-0 is driven to center field. Sherburne over, and the left fielder Richards comes in and makes the grab for out number 1. So 2 pitches, 1 out for Blake Collins, and he continues his solid performance in this one. Now back to the top of the order, center fielder Corbin Williams having a good day, 2 for 3, 2 runs scored. He's batting .352 on the season coming into this game. Speedster from the left side of the plate. Stolen 3 bases in this one. And here's the first pitch, fouled straight back into the net. Collins doing a fine job of getting ahead in the count early and often in his appearance today. The 0-1, a fastball outside for ball 1. Mudcats team very disciplined at the plate to this point. Fastball hit well in the left. Richards back under it for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down so far for Blake Collins. Collins has been a guy we've seen in the middle innings. Definitely one of the middle to long relievers for this Mustangs club this summer, and he's done a good job so far. Now 2 outs, and here's Ren Suga. Inside, ball 1 to Suga. This fastball hit down the line to Corper, and he'll field, but it's just foul. Coming up in the bottom of the 7th inning, the last chance for the Mustangs to close the gap. They trail 4-0 right now, and we would assume it'll stay that way heading into the bottom of the inning. They'll have Winfrey, Anderson, and Zach Johnson. The 5-6-7 for the Mustangs. There's ball 2 to Suga. Here's the 2-1. Fastball up high for ball 3. A 3-1 count now with 2 outs. Collins has not walked one yet in this game. 2 innings pitched for him. No hits, no runs. Here's one driven well into right field, and it is just foul. That one hit very well, and it would have probably bounced right at the bottom of the wall had it been fair, but just a little bit short and a little bit right of the right field foul pole. Full count delivery, 2 outs. Collins looking to get out of the inning. Fastball right up in Suga's face, really, and he'll duck out of the way. He'll head to first for a 2-out walk. Here's Jared Hahn, the DH. 1 for 2, 2 RBIs on the day, and depending on where the ball is hit, a base hit could easily score Suga from first. I don't know if he'll be moving or not. If he does, the base hit will definitely score him. He won't this time, and that ball's inside. Here's the 1-0. Fastball blooped into center field, and Johnson, the shortstop, is back, makes the catch for out number 3. A 4-0 lead for the Mudcats. One last chance here for the Mustangs. A non-save opportunity here for Michael Klein, the closer. Or at least for the night. We see the closer change quite a bit in these summer leagues. You'll see Nate Winfrey, Brady Anderson, and Zach Johnson in the bottom of the 7th. Last chance for the Mustangs to at least put a dent in the scoreboard and maybe make a run at this thing. Fastball up high, and he is bringing the heat. Love to see what the radar gun says down there. And here's the 1-0 from Klein. Fastball up high for ball 2. Another one high as the release point is just a little early to start this inning. 3-0 count now to Winfrey, and I'm sure the Mustangs don't mind. And Brady Anderson probably taking notes on deck saying don't swing until you've got a strike, and there is the first strike. Swing and a miss, strike 2, and a full count. So starts him 3-0. Klein battles back in at 3-2, and this is when you kind of get nervous with the fireballer. You never know what's coming, and that one right up in Winfrey's, right on the inside of the plate. And he'll head to first base.
Winfrey's 3rd walk of the game, so no registered at bats for him in this one.
A pinch runner at first base. Evan McDonald comes in to pinch run. McDonald has been playing a lot of third base, but we've seen him pinch run a few times this season. Here's the first pitch to Anderson. Fastball low for ball 1. The 1-0. And that's the 2-0, and makes it 2-0, and you can tell Anderson no idea of swinging until there's a strike because he's got the bat resting on his shoulders. He's trying to sell it as much as possible, but he's not going to be swinging until there's a strike. And he'll take ball 3, and you can imagine the same story here as they'd love to get 2 runners on to start things. The 3-0 pitch. Up high, ball 4, Anderson on. McDonald ahead of him. And here's Zach Johnson, the right fielder, and a mound visit here. They're going to talk to Michael Klein as he has walked the first 2 batters of the inning. There is some action in the Mudcats bullpen. We think here Zach Johnson, Kyle Richards, Matt Johnson coming up, and he's thrown 2 strikes, but 3-0 and then a 4-pitch walk there. Are you swinging? I got to think you're taking until a strike.
Oh, yeah. You have the bat on your shoulder until he proves he's going to consistently hit the strike zone.
Here's Matt Johnson. They're going to see if they can calm Klein down here as that hard fastball kind of getting away from him. First and second. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss from Johnson, and I would guess that was not what the head coach Matt Johnson had in mind for Zach Johnson.
Not at all. The pitch that looked like it was going to be a ball as it was on the outside there.
Way outside, and that one is in there. Now, this is when it's dangerous with a guy that can bring it as hard as Klein can. An 0-2 count. You don't know what you're going to get here. You could easily rear back on a fastball or drop the big breaker in on you. We'll see if Zach can at least get it in play. Here's the 0-2. Fastball, grounded foul down the third base line. First and second, McDonald and Anderson on the base paths right now. We'll redo the 0-2. Fastball hit to the right side, and the second baseman cannot handle it. Keeps it in front of him. That's Suga at second. A good play to keep it in front because McDonald would have scored. But now the tying run coming to the plate in the form of Kyle Richards. So the 8-hole Richards 0 for 2 on the night. But Klein struggling a little bit. We'll see if they can plate a few. A 4-0 deficit coming into the inning. And now, like I said, the tying run now at home. And we'll see what Kyle Richards does, see if he takes or if he's going to jump on the first one he sees. He'll take. That ball's in the dirt for ball one. Somebody really gets a hold of one here. You don't need much more. The velocity on Klein's fastball will help you to really put a charge in it. All you've got to do is get the bat on the ball. The 1-0, bases loaded, no outs. Change up, strike one. Heck of a comeback here if it could be completed by the Mustangs. Here's the 1-1, fastball in the dirt for ball two. Clearly, Klein a little rattled out there. Mustangs fans kind of coming alive in this inning. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss for strike two. Force anywhere right now in the field. Count is even at 2, still no outs. The pitch to Richards, fastball in the dirt, and now a full count. Three-two, no outs. Richards steps back in. Klein gets the sign. Here's the delivery. Fastball swinging. He loses the bat into the fence, and that's out number one. So Richards, a swing and a miss. He loses his bat into, luckily that net's there because that was headed right toward the first row. Hey, you're getting your money's worth down there. You might catch a bat. You might catch a ball. You got to watch out. One out, though, a big one because now a double play would end it. Matthew Johnson, the shortstop, up to bat. He's 0 for 2, and actually looks like we've got a pinch hitter, and it's going to be Tony Bradner, one of the catchers on the Mustangs squad. He's hitting .250, 2 RBIs, 5 walks. On-base percentage well over 300 with those 5 walks. Swing and a miss there as he was jumping at that first fastball. And that one right there, Red, if he gets hold of that, I mean, he was heading toward the party deck with that. That was a party deck swing. Yeah, trying to get all 4 runs back with one, and we'd love to see it, but you really just need a base hit. Fastball just misses. That's ball one. 1-1 count, 1 out. Bases juiced here in the bottom of the 7th. First game of our doubleheader tonight. Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Now 1-2 count. And I'd guess Klein's coming with the heat here, and that's what he's got Brandner with. These first 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. Fastball gets away from him. That's outside for ball 2. 4-1 or 4-0, 8-4 in the hits category, and the Mustangs only lead in one category, and it's not the one you want to lead in. That's 2 errors to 0 errors. The 2-2 up high, and now another full count. See if Brandner can work another walk for himself. We'll be back to Wilcoxon, he's 1 for 3, but easily could have been on every time. Swing and a miss from Brandner, and that's out number 2. 2 of the 4 hits are right here in the first 2 batters. Wilcoxon 1 for 3, although he's hit it hard every time he's been up. Actually, his last time up was probably the hardest that he hit one, even harder than the hit he had down the left field line, but they've got to put this one in play. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Wilcoxon and Sherburne. That one's in the dirt for ball 1. I think one thing these Mustangs hitters will look back on in this inning would be not being as patient after they got the bases loaded. Everyone was really just jumping on everything. Pops this one up down the left field line, heading towards out of foul territory, and a great catch over there. I believe that was Quijado, and it reaches over the tarp and kind of brings it back in play, and that'll end the first of our doubleheader. A great play there by Quijado, and the Mustangs fall in game 1 4-0 to the Chillicothe Mudcats. And that was a quick, after the bases got loaded.
1, 2, 3 after that.
That was a quick inning. And we'll see if they can bounce back, though. Red Tracy next to myself, Chucky Kemp. He'll have the play-by-play for game 2. I would guess 20 minutes or so.
I think it's going to be a 30-minute break tonight.
30-minute break tonight.
Before the game.
So we'll see. We'll keep you posted. We'll leave the live stream on for you. For the Mustangs, it'll be Jeremiah Figueroa in the second game for his second outing of the season. He's 1-0, 5 innings pitched, 5 strikeouts, and a 0.00 ERA. We'll see what he can do in the second game.
Welcome back to the broadcast as we get set for game number 2 here. Mustangs taking on the Chillicothe Mudcats. Mustangs took a 4-0 loss in game 1. Game 2, lineups look a little bit similar here. As we'll go through the Mudcats starting lineup for game number 2 here, as they have the shortstop Josh Ethier leading off. The center fielder number 1 Corbin Williams batting second. Batting third is the right fielder Jared Hahn. Batting fourth is the designated hitter Anthony Bayes. Batting fifth is the left fielder Nori Galjor. Batting sixth is the first baseman Michael Klein. Batting seventh is the catcher TJ Martin. Batting eighth is the third baseman Todd Zinnigy. And batting ninth is the second baseman Rain Sagai. Mustangs with a few defensive change-ups, and for game number 2 here is they have Josh Cassidy at first base, Lucas Powers at second, Brandon Husky at short, Evan McDonald at third base. They have Joe Corper in left field, Mike Sherburne in center field, Zach Johnson remaining in right field. They have catcher Francisco Alvarez behind the plate, and starting game number 2 here is Jeremiah Figueroa. Figueroa ended up going 5 innings in game 1 of the doubleheader against the Bandits last Thursday. Had 5 strikeouts and no earned runs in that one as the Mustangs took game 1 3-0. So hoping for a little bit more here game number 2 against the Mudcats, as I am Red Tracy giving you the play-by-play along with my color commentary from Chris Roush in this one. Kind of new in the booth as Chucky had to take over his job shooting some pictures around the stadium. And we got ball number 1 with Ethier at the plate.
Yeah, Chucky and I did that little switcheroo thing. We didn't switch bodies. We just switched positions. That's all we did.
Well, glad to have you, Chris.
And now he's just hanging my camera out like it's no big deal. Like, really?
As Figueroa deals strike 1 to even the count at 1-1 now. And a foul ball behind the plate here. As Ethier played short in the first game of the doubleheader, it ended up going 1 for 3 with an RBI double in the 5th inning of that game. Drove in the Mudcats' 4th run. It looks high and outside for ball number 2. Brings the count to 2-2 now. Low and away for ball number 3 from Figueroa. Brings the count to full. Figueroa set to deal. And ball number 4 as Ethier jogs on down to first for a walk here to lead off the first inning of the second game. Brings up the center fielder Corbin Williams.
Yeah, it looked like Figueroa was trying to get Ethier to chase something out of the zone. Ethier was just staying calm and collected, and that's what you want from your leadoff hitter.
Absolutely looking to get them on base, so fortunately for the Mudcats, he was able to stay patient. As Figueroa deals strike number 1. In fact, a bit of a fastball there from Figueroa. Corbin Williams is the leadoff hitter back in game number 1, playing center field as he is here in the second game. Ended up going 2 for 4 in that one and scored 2 runs, had 3 stolen bases. As Ethier takes a bit of a lead off of first. Figueroa throws in a breaking ball and just misses for ball number 1.
Pretty small strike zone so far tonight.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the umpires switch positions between games, but I noticed that in game number 1, it was a bit of a smaller strike zone than we're used to seeing around here. So I don't know if this umpire is the same one, he has the same strike zone, or if they changed up and just happened to have the same strike zone as Figueroa checks on Ethier at first.
Quick update on Chucky doing my job. He's just sitting down. That's what happens.
We have ball number 2, bringing the count to 2-1 now on Williams.
I don't know if Figueroa is just having a hard time locating, or he's just trying to give him nothing to hit and keep it down and away.
Yeah. Yeah, I do remember in the first inning of Game 1 of last week's doubleheader when he started, he did have a bit of trouble coming out of the gates, but was able to wrap it up as we have a fly ball to Sherburne in center field, and he tracks back and makes the catch for out number 1. And that brings up the right fielder, Jared Hahn, for the Mudcats, with Ethier still standing on first. No attempt to go to second on that one. Like I was saying, Figueroa back, first inning of game number 1. Last Thursday's doubleheader against the Bandits was a little shaky at the beginning, but able to kind of wrap things up and, started off poorly, but able to make sure he got the outs he needed and threw 5 strong innings in that one. So led off with a walk here tonight on Ethier and see if he can wrap it up and bring him 1-2-3 after that walk. There's a swing and a miss there by Hahn for strike number 1.
It was a nice pitch by Figueroa. Hahn had a big lead cut on that one, just couldn't come up with anything.
So we have low and inside there for ball number 1.
He's hitting about the same spot. He may have missed high once or twice so far, but a lot of it's been low. Which I guess is better to miss low than...
Don't want to leave anything hanging, especially for a 3-hole hitter and a short right field porch. As we have outside for ball number 2.
When we say short, we mean almost Fenway short, if not smaller.
Absolutely. Just 307 down the line. Probably about 315 to the P and party deck there. So we have one fouled back into the stands here. Brings the count to 2-2 now. One away here in the top half of the first. Hahn takes a bit of a breather stepping out of the box, but hops back in, and Figueroa looks in for a sign. There's another one fouled back when Ethier took off with that pitch.
That sound effect gets me every time. Every time. Decent crowd here tonight. Started filing in here in between games. So we got a World Cup soccer match in between games.
We did.
Let me tell you, kids are brutal.
Yeah, I think one of interns played in that and actually got kicked in the shins. That's not good. So we have a hard hit into right field by Hahn. Drops in there for a single. Johnson comes up throwing, but Ethier stays at second on that one. So that puts runners on first and second for the Mudcats now as Hahn hits a nice single into right field. And it brings up their designated hitter, Anthony Bayes. Figueroa sets the deal now. Low and inside there as Bayes has to back up off the plate for ball number 1. Still one away here in the top of the first. Runner standing on first and second. So you have a ground ball over the shortstop. Husky flips it over to second base and on over to Cassidy. Not in time. As Husky flips over to Powers at second to get Hahn running over to second base. But the second out in the inning, but that puts Ethier on third, and now Bayes on first after that fielder's choice. So runners on the corners here for the Mudcats as there's 2 away now in the top half of the first, and that brings up the left fielder Nori Gallagher to the plate.
Yeah, Powers almost looked like he may have hesitated for a second as he was going to turn 2. I don't know if he just didn't have his footing down or didn't want to make a wild throw if his footing wasn't there. So maybe a heads-up play by Powers, not trying to rush the throw over to Cassidy at first.
Yeah, absolutely. As you rush the throw, Cassidy misses it, and Ethier comes in scoring for the first run of the game. So we have a high fly ball up behind the plate. Alvarez runs back to the fence, but ends up hitting the netting above the stands here for strike number 1.
Who climbs up there and gets the balls off the net?
Yeah, I really don't know. I know that a lot of them get stuck right where the 2 nets meet.
Mm-hmm.
See about 3 or 4 there right now, and I don't know if somebody climbs up, if they grab a big pole and try and just poke them out of there. I don't know.
I think one of the kids who kicked me in the World Cup match needs to go get him.
So we have a ground ball just past Cassidy at first base into right field as Johnson picks it up, comes up throwing over to third, and out at third. A delayed call, it seems like, but Ethier comes in to score from third on that single by Gallagher, excuse me. The Bayes comes around to third, but ends up getting thrown out for the final out in the inning. So the Mudcats score one, and the Mustangs look to answer in the bottom half of the first. And we're back in the bottom of the first of game number 2 here at Phil Welch. And Mustangs coming up to bat. And run through the lineup for you real quick. As Mustangs have batting number 1, Eric Wilcoxon, playing designated hitter for the Mustangs in game number 2. Batting second is Mike Sherburne, playing center field. Batting third and playing left field is Joe Corper. Batting fourth and playing right field is Zach Johnson. Batting fifth, the shortstop Brandon Husky. Batting sixth, the first baseman Josh Cassidy. Batting seventh, the third baseman Evan McDonald. Batting eighth, the second baseman Lucas Powers. And rounding out the lineup and batting ninth is the catcher Francisco Alvarez. The pitcher for the Mudcats here in game number 2 is Cody Mayers. As Wilcoxon comes to the plate, he was 1 for 4 in game number 1. So he played second base for St. Joe in that one. See if he can get things going as he did in game number 1. His one hit in game number 1 came actually in the top of the first. He was the leadoff hitter and hits a double, so hopefully Mustangs can have that happen again as they look to answer the Mudcats' 1 run in the top half of the first. A bunt by Wilcoxon, but not able to get it in front of the plate. Catcher picks it up in foul territory for strike number 1.
It's a really nice night for baseball here at Phil Welch, and last night wasn't exactly pretty for most of the Midwest, really. A lot of tornado, hail, but right now it's a beautiful night for baseball, just a few clouds.
So we have strike number 2, a fastball there from Mayers. Yeah, I was actually with the team in Chillicothe last night, and we ended up getting back to the stadium here around midnight and stayed on the bus as it was just raining buckets. So we stayed on the bus for about a half hour after the game. It was a swing, never mind. He actually got a piece of that one. Excuse me. He fouled it back to keep the count at 0-2.
Looks like we're going to have a hot dog toss in between innings. Going back to game 1 of the season, the hot dog came out of the bun. Just crazy. Madness ensued.
So we have ball number 1 there from Mayers to bring the count to 1-2. Mayers delivers in a foul ball back into the netting here. Keeps the count even, or not even, excuse me, at 1-2. Mustangs ended up losing game number 1 4-0 as they look to kind of get the bats rolling here in the bottom half of the first. Wilcox looks at ball number 2 there to even the count at 2-2. So, Chris, what do you think the Mustangs have to do differently now in the start of game number 2 here?
Well, in the first game there was a lot of pitches that...
As Wilcoxon strikes out looking at that one. Unfortunately, not starting game number 2 the way they want to, with Wilcoxon striking out looking, and brings up the center fielder Mike Sherburne to the plate.
Well, in game 1, you saw a lot of pitches that they swung at. They may have been out of the strike zone, and they ended up looping them out or just lining out to the pitcher. I think it was, 5 times they lined up back to the pitcher?
Yep.
That just happens. You get on the ball, but you don't get it over the pitcher. But I think what they have to do here in game 2 is find their pitch. Don't wait on your pitch necessarily to hold it back because you'll end up chasing something. But if you get your pitch, try to take it, pull the pitch, and just see what happens. Because I think right now the offense had a big outburst yesterday, but we really haven't seen the offense get going this season so far. So I think it's almost one of those things where you just kind of start trying to get a hold of something.
And Sherburne looked at the first 2 strikes in the at-bat and keeps the bat on his shoulder and looks at ball number 1 to bring it to 1-2. And, you mentioned the big outing last night. They scored 12 runs in that game. They scored 10 runs in a game last week, but most of them, other than that, out of these first 8 games have been just a few runs, all less than 4. So the bat's really having a hard time struggling, but fortunately for the offense, the pitching has been phenomenal. The Mustangs able to keep it at a 6-2 record as Sherburne looks at ball number 2 there on the inside corner.
I don't know if it's the wood bats just getting used to everything. I mean, it's still early in the season. Like you said, we've only played 9 games now. So, I mean, it's a lot of time to get everything worked out.
As he thought about swinging, but keeps the bat on his shoulder again for looking at ball number 3. He brings the count to full now at 3-2. The hit right back up the middle. The second baseman, Sugai, comes over, tries to throw him out at first, but not able to make a throw in time as Sherburne looks to have a base hit on the infield base hit on that one. Not sure what the official score is going to say, but if my money was on it, I'd say it'd be an infield single.
Yeah, I think the official score went with a hit 'cause that was a hard play for the second baseman. But those are the type of hits you work with. You work with those. I mean, it wasn't a slow roller, but it was a hard enough position for the second baseman to go to his right and get it. So I think you got to take advantage when you have runners on base. And in the last game, bottom of the 7th, had the bases loaded with nobody out, and they struck out twice, and they fouled out to the third baseman. So I think in this game you had to take advantage of having runners on.
Absolutely. As the left fielder Joe Corper is now at the plate, and he looked at ball number 1 there. Seems to be a bit outside for him. And he stays looking as a ball low and inside comes in. Brings the count to 2-0 now here with 1 away in the bottom half of the first. As Mears checks on Sherburne over there at first. Sets the deal now. And fouled off there by Corper. It's a hit and a ground ball foul down the third baseline. Corper ended up going 0 for 3 in game 1 of tonight as he hits one into center field, but the center fielder Williams stays in place pretty much and catches that one for out number 2 here in the bottom of the first as the right fielder Zach Johnson comes up to the plate. Zach Johnson has now started in all 10 games for the Mustangs this season as he's kind of had a rough start at the plate, going just 3 for 13 for a .231 average. Swings at strike number 1 there. Though he did play in the last game and ended up going 2 for 3, so maybe that's something that'll kind of kickstart his season and get him going here. Sherburne takes off for second. A swing by Johnson, and he just got a piece of that one and fouled it back to the fence. Brings it to an 0-2 count now. Sherburne trots back to first after that foul ball.
Looked like they had to hit and run on, just trying to get someone going. Sherburne has a little bit of speed running bases. Hasn't stolen a base yet so far this season, but you can just see right there when he took off for a second, he's got a good jump.
It's a swing and a miss by Johnson for strike number 3 and the third out in the inning. Mustangs put a runner on, but not able to do much after that as the next 2 guys get out in the inning. It ends the bottom of the first. Mustangs still down 1-0 as the Mudcats come up in the top of the second. Michael Klein, the batter for the Mudcats now. He's playing first base in this one, but actually ended up closing out game number 1 of the doubleheader. He was the hard-throwing closer for the Mudcats in that one. Figueroa still on the bump. Ended up allowing 2 hits in the first inning, but Klein swinging at that one and hits one into right field as Johnson moves over and catches it just at the line for out number 1. Bringing up the catcher TJ Martin to the plate. Martin started at first base in game 1 of the doubleheader and ended up going 0 for 3 in that one. So Figueroa looks to keep him hitless on the night as he deals inside for ball number 1. It's low and away for ball number 2 there. Figueroa in Chillicothe last night actually started at second base, I believe. Oh, no, excuse me. He started in left field and ended up going, I believe, 3 for 4 last night. So pretty good with the bat and pretty good on the mound so far in this young season as he deals strike number 1 to bring the count to 2-1 now. There's a high fly ball down the first base side. Cassidy moves over, watches it hop off the Mustangs dugout here. Brings the count to even at 2-2 now. Mudcats still holding on to that 1-0 lead here in the top half of the second. Figueroa deals just through the legs of Alvarez, the catcher there, and brings it to a full count at 3-2 now, here with 1 away. Figueroa just misses on that one, just a bit outside as he gets his second walk of the game.
When you say just miss, he barely missed on that. That strike zone's not very big again here in game 2.
That brings up the Mudcats' third baseman Todd Zinnigy to the plate.
But also, at the same time, Figueroa is going to have to be able to adjust to that smaller strike zone the umpire is giving him. So he's going to have to find his best stuff and throw it out there if he's not going to get that edge strike.
So Figueroa deals ball number 1, just a little bit low there. There's a hit to Husky. Throws over to second trying to get the runner, but ends up being called safe as that was a ball deep in the hole at shortstop. Husky able to grab it. Tries to throw out Martin at second base, but not able to, as that puts runners on first and second now here with 1 away in the top half of the second.
Yeah, that was a good hustle by Husky. I really thought Husky may have had a chance to get him at second base, but just a split second too late to get the runner out to second.
That brings up the Mudcats' second baseman, Rain Sagai, to the plate. He lays down a bunt. Beautiful bunt down the third base line. Wow. Looked like McDonald was waiting for it to go foul, but it stays in the grass just along the foul line there. And that now puts the bases at full. And back to the top of the order with Josh Ethier coming to the plate.
He had some wheels on him, too, getting down first base line. So Figueroa is going to have to try to relax here. Even though the bases are loaded, there's 1 out. If he gets a ground ball to shorter second, there's a chance they can turn 2.
Absolutely. There's a ground ball to the shortstop. Husky flips over to Powers at second and over to Cassidy at first. Gets the inning-ending double play as he works out of a bases-loaded jam there. That brings up to the bottom half of the second. And the man that started it all with that double play, Brandon Husky, will be coming to the plate as the Mustangs look to even it up at 1. The man that started the ending double play on the top half of the second ends up coming to the plate here to lead off the Mustangs in the bottom half as Brandon Husky looks to get things started here. Mustangs still down 1-0 early in this game. As Husky looks at strike number 1 there, the inside corner.
Husky started that double play there to get him out of the last half inning.
As he flies one deep into the outfield, into the gap, and almost to the warning track. Rounds first, heads for second. The center fielder Williams picks it up and throws it on in. As Husky starts off the bottom half of the second with a double to deep left center field on that one. A beauty of a hit. Neither Gallagher nor Williams able to get to it in time.
Yeah, that was a well-placed ball.
I was going to say that brings up the first baseman, Josh Cassidy, to the plate.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Red. I'm sorry. But, Husky had a well-placed ball there in left center field, and that may be the spark the Mustangs need to get some on the board here in the bottom of the second inning.
Absolutely a good start to be able to try and tie this one up at 1 as Cassidy comes to the plate, and he's batting .375 on the season, playing in 2 games, going 3 for 8. Those 2 games, he hits one over the second baseman, Sagai, and he throws on over to Klein at first. But that moves over the runner Husky, who now stands 90 feet away from tying up this game. That brings up the third baseman, Evan McDonald, to the plate. Mayers deals strike number 1 there on the outside corner. McDonald's gotten a chance to play in 4 games so far this year, and he's gone 4 for 12 with 2 RBIs on the season. So he looks to get his third here and tie up this ball game in the bottom half of the second. Mayers deals a breaking ball there for strike number 2. Moving the count to 0-2 now for McDonald.
That must have broke inside a little bit into the. I thought it was going to be inside, but it must have broke in over the plate.
Definitely.
Of course, we're kind of at an angle at home plate, too, so everything may look a little off-center to me.
Mayers deals low and away there for ball number 1.
Plus, my eyesight's not very good, and I just got done playing a World Cup game about a half hour ago, so I'm a little tired still.
Can imagine so. Soccer's a lot of running around. So.
I love soccer.
Oh, yeah. Mears deals low there for ball number 2. Evens the count now at 2-2.
You seemed a little surprised with that low call.
Did seem a little surprised. Again, the strike zone's kind of tight here tonight, so I'm happy with it. I'm okay with it. I don't want to see another strikeout. So we have a fly ball into the right center gap and gets in there for McDonald as Husky was held up. But it still ends up coming around to score. McDonald thought about going to second on the throw from Hahn there in right field, but stays at first with an RBI single to tie this game up at 1 here in the bottom half of the second. Now, I think that the Mustangs manager and third base coach, Matt Johnson, definitely thought that one was going to get caught there as Husky stayed at third base, but ends up still coming in to score. So we have a deep fly ball from Lucas Powers. Oh, just foul at the wall. I'm pretty sure that hit off the wall there in left field as Powers hits just a long strike on that one. That keeps McDonald at first.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say if he was a lefty and hit that the right in the corner and right, that ball could have been gone.
Oh, absolutely.
Could have hit the right field.
Team's still homerless here at Phil Welch, actually. Maybe Powers gets a hold of another one like that. We'll see the first home run at the home ballpark here. As Mears checks on over to McDonald at first, but McDonald back in time on that one. Still have 1 away, and the Mustangs tied up this game here at 1s in the bottom half of the second. As Mears checks on McDonald again, and just back in time is McDonald as Mears put a pretty good pickoff move on that one.
It's a little too close for comfort.
Mears set to deal now and deals ball number 1 there on the outside. So that moves the count to 1-1 now. Mayers takes a long look at McDonald at first. He's really worried about him as he checks over there yet again. But McDonald's still back in time.
McDonald with 1 stolen base so far on the season. The team has 18 stolen bases, so they're not afraid to run so far.
Oh, the team has definitely shown a lot of aggressiveness here early in the season. So McDonald goes on that one, slides in there safe at second base. Gets his second stolen base of the season as the catcher Martin came up throwing to that one, but not able to get McDonald in time. So that puts McDonald on second with a 2-1 count here to Lucas Powers. Mayer's set to deal now. 1 away here in the bottom of the second. Powers looks at ball number 3.
Trying to get the crowd into a little bit. Wednesday night crowd.
As Mayers deals strike number 2. Powers seemed a little bit off put by that one as he was starting to jog down to first base, but comes back into the batter's box as the count moves to full now at 3-2.
I've noticed both umpires take a little while before they call a strike or a ball, so the players had to wait 2 or 3 seconds to find out.
Yeah. Mayers deals on a full count now. And a hit by Powers into center field, and Williams not able to make the charging play. McDonald coming around from second base to score on that single by Lucas Powers. As the center fielder Williams was not able to come in far enough on that one. Powers gets the single in the center field, and McDonald comes all the way around from second to score. On a beautiful base hit by Powers and a good piece of hitting as he worked the count to full and then ended up getting that RBI single. And that brings up the 9th place hitter, catcher Francisco Alvarez. Alvarez had a chance to play in 3 games now this season. He's only had 5 at-bats, but 2 hits in those at-bats and an RBI. So he looks to continue the streak of hitters for the Mustangs getting base hits, but ends up looking at strike number 1 there. Mayers takes a long look at Powers at first base. Ends up dealing as Powers takes a big secondary lead there off of first, but stays put as Alvarez looks at ball number 1. Brings it to a 1-1 count. Still 1 away here in the bottom half of the second as Mustangs have had 2 runners come around to score and took the lead 2-1 now. Mayers delivers, and Alvarez grounds one over to the first baseman, Klein. He's able to pick it up and step on first, but Alvarez still able to advance Powers on the play. As now Powers stands at second base with the top of the lineup and Eric Wilcoxon coming to the plate. Wilcoxon struck out looking to lead off the game in his first at-bat. We have strike on the outside corner there. Brings it to an 0-1 count. Mayers set to deliver now. He throws a big breaking ball, but hits the outside for ball number 1.
That one had a decent break to it, like you said, big breaking ball, but it just broke way outside and low. So.
As he deals strike number 1 there on the outside corner. Brings the count to 1-2 now with 2 away here in the bottom half of the second. Wilcoxon with a good chance here to drive in his first RBI of the season with Powers standing out there on second base. The swinging bunt kind of just right back up to the pitcher. Mayers throws on over to Klein for the final out in the inning. But the Mustangs able to get 3 hits in the bottom half of the second and plate 2 runs to take the lead 2-1. We'll see what the Mudcats can do in the top half of the third as we come back to the Mustangs TV network. Center fielder Corbin Williams coming to the plate now here in the top half of the third as the Mustangs were able to plate 2 runs in the bottom half of the second and took the lead 2-1 in this shortened second game of a doubleheader, just playing 7 innings in this one as we did in the first game. Williams is 0 for 1 on the night as he flew out to Sherburne in center field. Mustangs still have Figueroa on the hill.
Figueroa needs a quick 1-2-3 inning here in the top of the third, kind of settle down. He's got a couple base runners in the first 2 innings, allowed 4 hits so far. Just kind of calm down, relax, and he got out of a bases loaded jam last inning.
Absolutely, as he deals ball number 1, moved the count to 1-0. As you said, Figueroa had a long couple first innings as he had multiple runners in the first inning, and a bases loaded jam in the top half of the second inning. As he deals ball number 2. He's not off to a great start here in the third, but hopefully he can work back in the count. Figueroa deals and a foul ball behind the stands here at Phil Welch. There's another foul here into the stands to bring the count to even now at 2-2. There's a hit over to Brandon Husky over at shortstop and a line drive out there for Corbin Williams. That's the first out here in the top half of the third and brings up the right fielder Jared Hahn to the plate. Hahn is 1 for 1 of the night. He's singled back in the top half of the first. So he lays down a bunt, but it flies off the bat behind the stands here.
Another ball gets stuck in the net.
This doubleheader with the Mudcats actually starts a homestand for the Mustangs, as we'll be here Thursday, Friday, and Saturday after this. Tomorrow night taking on the 2013 Mink League champions Clarinda A's tomorrow night for family night at Phil Welch. As Figueroa deals ball number 1 there.
It's a big early season game going up against the defending Mink League champions tomorrow night. Friday night we have the alumni coming in. St. Joe Mustangs alumni. That one's going to be exciting as well. Who do you think's going to win that one?
You know, I feel like as we have a fly ball in right field, Johnson heading back and off the wall there as Hahn comes around for a double. We had a deep fly ball there. Looked like it might have been a home run, but ended up hitting about midway up the wall off the E and party deck, and Hahn rounds first and goes on over to second for a stand-up double. And that brings up the designated hitter Anthony Bayes to the plate.
So you never answered my question, though. You
It's
gonna go
true.
pick a side? I'm not picking a side yet, but since I'm asking you, you have to pick a side now.
Figueroa deals strike number one, brings it to an 0-1 count now with one away here in the top of the third.
Do we have the official roster yet for the alumni?
I think that Matt Johnson is putting it together, and I'm not sure if it's finalized yet. We'll be looking for that hopefully tomorrow. So Figueroa deals ball one on the inside corner.
That way, then we can compare.
Absolutely, yeah. And, I mean, it kind of depends on who the alumni get. If they're getting guys that played back in 09, you could look at them being close to 30 now, so maybe a little out of shape, who really knows. But if I were to put money on it, as the batter Bayes fouls one into the stands here, moving it to a 1-2 count. I was going to say, if I was putting money on it, I'd probably say that the Mustangs will beat the alumni.
I thought you were going to say the Mustangs are going to beat the Mustangs. I'm like, that's a cop-out.
I thought about saying it. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Figueroa deals. Another foul ball from Bayes as the count stays at 1-2. Hahn still stands on second after a double off the right field wall. But the Mustangs still have the lead 2-1. Figueroa deals outside, bringing the count to even at 2-2 now.
Do you think Johnny Coyle will play?
I feel like he is. As Bayes fouls another one back. But I don't think that the Mustang fans could go an alumni game without Johnny Coy playing.
That would just seem wrong.
At least one at bat, just to get the fans kind of riled up.
Now, if he plays for the alumni team, that could make everything completely different.
That's true. As Bayes fouls one off his leg there, has to take a minute and step outside the box as he's kind of just walking around, trying to walk that one off. Umpire giving him some extra time as he walks the ball back to the pitcher Figueroa. Keeps it at a 2-2 count.
Last week, Ryan Abernathy had one go off his leg, and I don't think he was the same after that.
No, I was thinking that in the Friday game last week. That Abernathy after that one just seemed to not be hitting the ball as much, not hitting it as far, and actually out of the lineup over the weekend, as not related to the knee getting hit by the foul ball, but as we have ball number 3 there. Fans not very happy about that one. But that moves the count to full now with one away here in the top half of the third. There's a ball right back to Figueroa. He's able to knock it down. Throws on over to third. And Hahn caught in a pickle, but third baseman McDonald is there and runs him down as Figueroa with the heads-up play knew Hahn was heading over to third and able to get the lead runner for the second out in the inning. Bayes at first, as that's his second fielder's choice he's grounded into tonight. And he's been the one that ends up on base on that one.
Yeah, Hahn had a great jump, but it is the fact that when Figueroa knocked that ball down, it really didn't move away from him. So Figueroa took maybe 2 steps and able to throw over.
Absolutely. As the left fielder Nori Gouger comes to the plate for the Mudcats and looks at strike number 1. Figueroa deals low for ball number 1. Brings it to a 1-1 count now. Low again there for ball number 2. Puts Gouger ahead in the count now at 2-1. 2 away here in the top half of the third. See if the Mustangs are able to work out of another jam here in the third inning, as they had the second batter, Hahn, in the inning, hit a double. Gouger flies one high, stays on the infield. Husky settles under it, makes the grab for out number 3. as the second batter of the inning, Hahn, hit a double. But the next two batters end up getting out, and the Mustangs out of that inning and move into the bottom of the third. They 2-1 lead, and we'll see what they can do. As we'll be back with you on the Mustangs TV network. Mike Sherburne, the center fielder for the Mustangs, is first up to bat here in the bottom half of the third. Mustangs hanging on to a 2-1 lead after two ran across the plate in the bottom half of the second. Sherburne is 1 for 1 on the night as he was the only hit in the first inning. Mayer's set to deal now. The ground ball to the shortstop, Ethier on the play, botches it, and Sherburne is safe at first. As much as I would love to give Sherburne a hit on that one, I think I'm going to have to give Ethier the errors. That was a easy ground ball that he ends up just knocking out of his glove there. You know, we talked about it earlier in the game, but Mustangs scored 12 last night as they beat Chillicothe 12-2. Left fielder Joel Corper, 0 for 1 on the night, is now at the plate. But errors is really what did the Mudcats in last night, as they had 6 in the game last night. As Corper hits a line drive into right field and all the way to the wall. It rolls Corper around first. Sherburne heads all the way from first and in to score the Mustangs' third run of the game. As like I was saying, errors cost the Mudcats last night, and it cost the Mudcats tonight. As the error by Ethier lets Sherburne on first, and he ends up coming around to score on a Corper double. That was all the way back to the right center wall. On a good hit by Corper, he just comes up to the plate swinging. First pitch of the at-bat, knocks it all the way to the wall, and that brings up the right fielder, Zach Johnson, to the plate.
Johnson, I think, has the best walk-up music. Johnny Cash.
Johnny Cash.
You don't go wrong with that.
As Mayers deals a breaking ball for strike number 1 to Johnson. Johnson is 0 for 1 on the night as he struck out swinging back in the first inning. The ground ball right back to the pitcher, Mayers. He's able to stop it. Throws on over to Klein at first. Corper able to move over to third on the play as Johnson makes the first out of the inning. With Mayers making a stop on the ground ball and throwing it over to Klein at first. That brings up the man that started all in the second inning, Brandon Husky, to the plate as he started off the second inning with a double all the way to left center fence. Looking to drive in the Mustangs' fourth run of the game with Corper standing 90 feet away, but not able to even get a chance at it as on the first pitch of the at-bat, Mayers throws one way inside and hits Husky right on the upper thigh, it seemed like. So he trots on down to first, and that puts runners on the corners now with first baseman Josh Cassidy coming to the plate. Cassidy is 0 for 1 on the night as he grounded out to the second baseman, Sugai, on the play. Or back in the second inning, excuse me. Mustangs bats seem to be coming alive a little bit here in the second game of this doubleheader. As after that Corporate double, that was their 5th hit on the night in just 2 1/3 innings. Johnson looks at strike number 1 there with 1 away here in the top half of the third, or excuse me, bottom half of the third. A swing and a miss by Cassidy. Brings it to an 0-2 count now.
Kind of an awkward swing by Cassidy. I don't know if he was trying to check and just kept going, but it didn't look like he was fully committed to it. Yeah, we're hearing things in the booth. I don't know what's going on. I think a beam's going to come down here in a second.
Something, I don't know. Hopefully it at least lasts through a Mustangs win tonight.
Absolutely. That way we're not in here.
That's a big breaking ball for ball number 1 there.
I thought that looked pretty good, and I didn't want it to look that good, and it did.
That looked very good.
Wow. That strike zone, just so everybody knows, may be the smallest thing I've seen.
I feel like the strike zone is actually getting smaller as we move along in the game. I don't know why an umpire would do that, actually, but we have a 1-2 count now with 1 away here in the bottom half of the third for the Mustangs. The umpire calls time. Runner still on the corner is Corper with that big double off the right center wall is standing on third. And Husky stands on first as he goes on, heads to second, comes up short, but I don't know if the catcher wasn't thinking on that one because there was a runner on third, and that runner, Corper, just came in to score.
That was almost like a sacrifice stolen base. You saw the catcher immediately kind of slap his mask against his leg, thinking, why did I throw that ball down to second? Because
absolutely.
You had, I guess you only had 1 out at the time, but still, you had the guy sitting on third.
It's a swing and a miss by Cassidy. Catcher Martin drops it, but picks it up, throws on over to Klein at first for the final out in the inning. But the Mustangs still able to come up with 2 more runs here in the bottom half of the third as we move on to the top half of the fourth. The Mudcats look to answer as they are down 4-1, and we'll be back with you on the Mustangs Television Network. And we're back here at Phil Welch in the top half of the fourth inning. Mustangs have a 4-1 lead as the first baseman Michael Klein comes to bat for the Mudcats. Jeremiah Figueroa still on bump as he's gone through 3 fairly shaky innings. But Mustangs defense able to come up big and only let up 1 run. That was all the way back in the first inning. Figueroa deals low there for ball number 1. Klein is 0 for 1 on the night as he flew out to Zach Johnson, the right fielder, back in the second inning. Is outside there for ball number 2. Figueroa seems to be starting off Klein the way he started off a lot of batters and trying to work from behind in the count now. He's had a rough 3 innings, but only 1 run allowed. As a line drive just over the head of the second baseman Powers, but Johnson comes up huge yet again, as I believe that did just happen, as it happened back in the first game. Johnson comes charging in on what should have been a single and ends up throwing out the runner Michael Klein at first base. So that goes down in the scorebook as a 9-3 out and brings up the catcher T.J. Martin to the plate.
We've seen a lot of those recently, not only here at Phil Walsh Stadium, but Kansas City Royals have fell victim to a few 9-3 putouts.
It is not one you see often, but has been coming up a little bit more. As Figueroa deals low there for ball number 1 to the batter Martin. Yeah, Johnson had one of those in the first game when he just comes charging hard on a softly hit ball as Martin grounds over to McDonald at third, throws on over to Cassidy at first, pulls him off the bag, able to make the scoop and the tag on that one as Martin is thrown out at first base, bringing up the third baseman Todd Zenigi to the plate. Zenigi is 1 for 1 on the Niners. He had a single back in the second inning. Excuse me.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying that, back in the opening night, Johnson had one of those where he just comes charging hard on a softly hit, single just over the second baseman's head and ends up throwing out a runner at first base. As Zenigi breaks his bat in half and fouls one behind the stands here at Phil Welch.
Yeah, you don't see a broken bat very often. Figueroa, luckily, when he fell off the mound, he was going away from it.
Absolutely.
But Figueroa seems to be getting a little bit of a groove now. He's moved past that first inning, allowed the run. Second inning, got a little bit of a jam, but really these past inning and 2/3, he's been able to really compose everything and just really feel relaxed. He looks even a lot more relaxed out there.
Absolutely, as Zenigi grabs a new bat and steps back into the box, and dealing with an 0-1 count here with 2 away in the top half of the fourth. Figueroa deals strike 2 there. It's going to be a nice fastball hitting the inside corner of the plate. Ooh, little chin music from Figueroa there. Brings the count to 1-2 now.
Yeah, Figueroa really hasn't thrown high really tonight at all. Maybe one of the first couple that he's actually went inside and high with.
There's a line drive right through the legs of Figueroa and back up the middle for Zenigi's second hit of the game. That puts a runner on first now with 2 away here in the top half of the fourth and brings up the Mudcats' second baseman, Rain Sagai, to the plate. Sagai also 1 for 1 on the night as he singled back in the second inning, but ended up getting thrown out by Husky on the start of a double play that got the Mustangs out of a bases-loaded jam back in the second. It sounded like another broken bat.
I think it was.
Slow ground ball over to Powers and throws him out at second base for the final out in the inning. Mustangs with some good defense here in the top half of the fourth as they hang on to their 4-1 lead, and we'll be back to see what they can do on offense in the bottom half of the fourth on the Mustangs TV network. Mustangs third baseman Evan McDonald coming to the plate in the bottom of the fourth here. Mustangs have a 4-1 lead as Evan McDonald started off the scoring back in the second inning, driving in Brandon Husky on a one-out single. Makes him 1 for 1 on the night. As Mayer is still on the hill for the Mudcats. It looks to deal. Is now at the plate. Evan McDonald grounded out to the shortstop Josh Ethier for the first out here in the bottom half of the fourth. That brings up the 1 for 1 hitter and had an RBI back in the second, Lucas Powers. As he looks at strike number 1 there on this 1-1 count.
You know what I don't understand?
What do you not
Why
understand?
am I never picked to be in the Missouri Lottery giveaway? Like, why? I don't understand.
I feel like it's because you work here. I don't know.
Is that a
might be
conflict of
something.
interest?
What?
Is that a conflict of interest there or
I
something?
feel like it might be. They might call it rigged if you win.
Hey, Chucky Kim's visiting us.
Powers looks at strike number 2. And now ball number 2, moving the count to even at 2-2 now with 1 away here in the bottom half of the fourth. Mustangs still have that 4-1 lead. They've scored 2 in the second inning and then 2 again in the third inning. Mayers delivers and a fly ball into right field. The right fielder Hahn came in on it, but second baseman came charging over, and Sagai ends up making that play.
I mean, that was kind of shallow right, but I would have thought the right fielder would have called him off.
Usually the outfielders have the right of way in that kind of situation, but Sagai said, no thank you, I'm going to run for it, and makes a diving stop for Lucas Powers to get the second out in the inning now. Bringing up the catcher, Francisco Alvarez.
I'm still bamboozled by the Missouri Lottery thing, so it's just out of my control right now. You can kind of see when they come to the plate right now for the Mustangs a little bit more confidence. They have 4 runs in this ball game so far. They didn't have it in game 1. They've got their bats working a little bit better here in game 2. They're hitting the ball, seems to be hitting it stronger and better here and squaring up a little bit better here in game 2.
Absolutely, as they were held scoreless in game number 1. The bats couldn't really seem to get anything going, and doing a great job here in game number 2 as Alvarez fouls off another one, bringing the count to 0-2 now, with 2 away here in the bottom half of the fourth. Alvarez is 0 for 1 on the night as he grounded out to the first baseman Klein back in the second inning. He looks at ball number 1. Brings the count to 1-2 now. Alvarez comes out of Woodward, Oklahoma, plays at Garden City Community College, and rounds one on a one-hopper over to the shortstop. Ethier able to throw one over to Klein, and Alvarez makes the final out there in the bottom half of the fourth. And as we move into the top half of the fifth, we'll see if the Mudcats can do anything with the Mustangs hanging on to a 4-1 lead, and we'll be back with you on the Mustangs Television Network. And we're back here at the top of the fifth at Phil Welch Stadium. The Mustangs have a 4-1 lead as the Mudcats move back into the top of their lineup with shortstop Josh Ethier coming to the plate. Ethier scored the only run of the game for the Mudcats back in the first inning, but he walked to get on, so he's 0 for 1 on the night as he grounded out to the second baseman in the second inning. He looks at ball number 1 there on the outside corner. Figueroa deals ball number 2. Kind of low and away there. Figueroa's had a pretty good third and fourth inning after a shaky first couple innings. A fly ball out into right field. Looks like Zach Johnson coming in to make the play. As Ethier flies out for the first out in the inning. Brings up the center fielder Corbin Williams to the plate. Williams stands at 0 for 2 here in game number 2. So he flew out to center field and then hit a line drive to the shortstop Brandon Husky for the first out in the third inning. Figueroa set to deal, and Williams, someone that we know has a lot of speed, is back in the first game. He had 3 stolen bases. As Figueroa deals ball number 1. Wouldn't be surprised to see Williams try and lay down a bunt and get something going for the Mudcats here as they stand down 4-1 here in game number 2. Figueroa deals low and inside there for ball number 2. Brings the count to 2-0 with 1 away here in the top half of the fifth. There's ball number 3 from Figueroa as he seems to be struggling a little bit here to find the strike zone as that moves it to 3-0 now. This is the second batter in the fifth inning, and both of them he's worked from behind in the count. As he walks Williams on 4 straight pitches there to put a runner on first here in the top half of the fifth and brings up the Mudcats right fielder Jared Hahn to the plate. Hahn sitting on 2 for 2 tonight as he singled in the first inning and hit a double back in the third inning. He ended up getting thrown out at third on a ground ball back to the pitcher in the third inning. Hopefully he gets a ground ball or start a double play here in the top half of the fifth. As Figueroa deals ball number 1 outside. Way high there. As Alvarez has to kind of jump up to stop it for ball number 2. As Hahn has a 2-0 count now. The pitching coach Kyle Jackson making a trot out to the mound to talk to Figueroa. See if he can't settle him down after he seems to have lost a little bit of control, throwing 6 straight balls now. After a quick first out with that fly out to right field that Ethier had to start this inning. I don't know what Kyle Jackson says during his mound visits, but he seems to work some magic, as every time he's gone out to talk to the pitcher in the game so far this season, they come right back and get right back into a rhythm. So let's see if Figueroa can do the same thing here, as he's had a rough start to the 5th inning. And there it is right there, strike number 1.
You ever wonder if it's baseball related? At all, just trying to get their mind relaxed again, just talk to them?
I don't know. I mean,
I'm sure most
I've
of the
always
time
wondered
it
what
is.
they say.
I'm sure most of the time it is some type of baseball related, but you gotta wonder the occasional. You just go out there and talk to them.
Yeah.
Just relax them, calm them back down.
Just go on out there and ask him what he's doing after the game tonight.
Yeah. Hey, what are you doing? I don't know. All right, so you're better. Let's send Chucky down there and get inside the huddle next time.
Exactly. Just put a microphone on the pitching coach.
Absolutely.
Figueroa dealt ball number 3 there. It's a 3-1 count, and the runner takes off for second base. Alvarez throws down, and the throw was in time. I guess the tag was late as the umpire calls Williams safe at second, and that gives him his 4th stolen base tonight through 2 games. That moves the count to full on the batter, Hahn. Alvarez came up quickly on that one, throwing a good throw down to second base, but I guess it was just a little bit to the left of the bag, and then the swipe by Husky was not in time. So we have a ground ball over to the first baseman, Cassidy. He's not able to get it, but Powers behind him picks it up and throws over to Figueroa, who was covering first, but not in time, as the runner Hahn able to beat it out just by a step.
Yeah, the throw was a little bit late getting over to Figueroa, and Figueroa hustling over there, but Powers' throw just a little bit late.
Unfortunately, as that now puts runners on the corners for the Mustangs, and the manager Matt Johnson out to pull Figueroa from this game, as this is the 2nd mound visit of the inning. So we'll have a pitching change coming up with 1 away here in the top half of the 5th. Mustangs still lead 4-1. We'll get you that new pitcher just as soon as we come back on the Mustangs TV network. And we're back here in the top half of the fifth. Jeremiah Figueroa's day is done. He throws 4 in a third inning, allowing 6 hits and 3 walks. And as of right now, only 1 earned run, but he is responsible for the runners on the corners at third and first. And the Mustangs bring in number 36, Austin Aspergren, to pitch. Aspergren's thrown 2 2/3 innings on the season. He hasn't allowed a run yet and 4 strikeouts in those 2 games he's pitched in. He'll be facing the designated hitter Anthony Bayes for the Mudcats. So he deals ball 1 just outside there.
Tell you what, that submarine style pitching is gotta be hard to see it coming in. It's coming up at you instead of coming down at you. It's got to mess with the hitters a little bit.
Yeah. It was low and in the dirt there, but Alvarez is able to make the block and brings it to a 2-0 count. Now Bayes is 0 for 2 on the night as he's grounded into 2 fielder's choice. Aspergren set to deliver now. And strike number 1 there on the inside corner brings it to a 2-1 count now. As we have Corbin Williams on third, Jared Hahn on first, and Bayes still at the plate. Mustangs hang on to a 4-1 lead here in the top half of the fifth. Aspergren throws over to first, but not in time as Hahn slides back in safely. Aspergren delivers, and a ground ball right back to the pitcher. Throws on over to Husky, standing on second. Cassidy at first for an inning-ending double play. Another one for the Mustangs as they work out of a runners on the corner jam to bring it to the bottom half of the fifth. The Mustangs have the top of the lineup with Eric Wilcoxon coming to the plate, still hanging on to a 4-1 lead, and we'll be right back on the Mustangs TV network. Back to the top of the lineup with the designated hitter Eric Wilcoxon coming to the plate. The bottom half of the fifth, Mustangs still have a 4-1 lead as they had another inning-ending double play with runners on the corners to end the top half of the fifth. Cody Mayer is still the pitcher for the Mudcats. He deals low and inside there for ball number 1. Wilcoxon is 0 for 2 on the night. As he grounded back to the pitcher in the second inning and struck out in the first as he looks at strike number 1. The ground ball jack up to the second baseman, not able to handle it is Sagai, and that puts Wilcoxon on first with his first hit of the game. That brings up the center fielder Mike Sherburne to the plate.
was a nice toss by the umpire, showing his arm off a little bit. No, but Wilcoxon, that was kind of a tough play, for the second baseman. Kind of a laser hop right to him. So they awarded the official scoreboards a hit. So very good play discipline by Wilcoxon. Got the pitch he wanted, and he just lined it right back to second baseman.
Absolutely is. Sherburne looks at ball number 1 just outside there. Sherburne is 1 for 2 on the night as he singled back in the first and reached on an error back in the third and ended up coming around to score the Mustangs' third run of this game. As Mares checks on Wilcoxon at first. Now sets, delivers. Wilcoxon takes off for second. The catcher Martin throws on down. Throw is in time. So we have another delayed call by the umpire, but unfortunately didn't go the Mustangs' way as Wilcoxon is thrown out at second base on a good throw by Martin. Count on Sherburne now is 2-2. Mares goes back to the windup and delivers now. And a fly ball by Sherburne, but into the stands here down the right field line. I think it flew into the parking lot here, Phil Welch.
Good thing I didn't drive today. Don't have a car back there. That's right.
That's a big breaking ball by Mares. Goes in there for strike number 2 to even the count now at 2-2. Here with 1 away in the bottom of the 5th. This is fouls one back into the fence there.
He just missed getting a hold of that one. Fouling it straight back.
Mares delivers and a swing and a miss there by Sherburne for strike number 3 as he heads back to the bench on a swinging strikeout for out number 2 here in the bottom half of the 5th. And that brings up the Mustangs left fielder Joe Corper to the plate. Corper had a big double back in the 3rd inning as he drove one all the way back to the right field fence. Ended up driving in a run and then came around to score.
I think it'd be a good time to thank our loyal viewers on YouTube that live stream watches every night. The Mustangs are at home in Chillicothe like you were last night. You brought them the play-by-play action last night down in Chillicothe. I'd like to thank you for your continued support of our YouTube channel as we try to bring you every home game, technology permitting. Technology is another thing.
Absolutely is. And Corper looked at strike number 1, brings the count to 1-1 now. He fouls one off back to the fence for a 1-2 count. 2 away here in the bottom half of the 5th.
The Mustangs seem more aggressive almost in this game. It does seem like there's a little bit more aggressive at the plate in this one than they were in the first game.
Yeah, they're definitely not waiting back on the pitches as much. They're trying to just, like you said, be aggressive and get out there in front of them. Hopefully able to drive some deep here. And way outside there, the catcher Martin able to block the ball for ball number 2. Brings it to a 2-2 count now. Mares delivers high for ball number 3. Brings it to a 3-2 count now. The ball gets away from Mares on the throwback from Martin and trickles all the way to the dirt on the infield. Corper sitting on a full count now, 3-2. Just as he was back in the 3rd inning when he smacked that double to right center wall. See if he can't do it again and get something started for the Mustangs. Hits a ground ball over to third baseman Zinigi, excuse me. But Zinigi ends up botching that one as it bounces right off the heel of his glove, and Corper ends up being safe at first on the Mudcats' second error of this ballgame.
You know, I'll tell you what, Corpor's not a slow guy. I mean, he's pretty tall. I'll just give all of our viewers who may not be able to see very well on our camera. He is standing eye to eye with Johnny Coy right down there at first base. That tells you how big and how tall Corper is. And he gets down the line pretty quickly, too.
Absolutely, as he gets a chance to head on over to second from a wild pitch there by Mares. Bounces off the shin guard of the catcher, Martin, and back to the fence. And Corper able to move on over to second base as the right fielder, Zach Johnson, stands in and looks at a 1-0 count now. Yeah, you talk about Corper being a big guy, but he actually has 2 stolen bases on the season so far, and so, you know, he's big but agile, which is something that, you know, you like to see. You can either have hitting for power or getting an infield single like he did last week.
Center fielder shading Johnson away, kind of right field. Right center field is basically kind of where the center fielder is lined up, and looks like center fielder is expecting him to go opposite way.
As Johnson looks at a 1-1 count now. And he hits one foul back behind the stands here for strike number 2. The Mustangs still have a 4-1 lead here in the bottom half of the 5th. In this shortened game of doubleheaders, we're only going to go 7 innings, so just 2 innings left after this one.
Hopefully an inning and a half.
Hopefully,
just an inning and a half.
Mustangs stand just 6 outs away. Moving to 7-2 as Johnson hits a high fly ball to left field, but Gallagher moves on over and makes the grab for the final out here in the 5th inning. As we head into the top of the 6th, Mustangs still have a 4-1 lead, and we'll be back with you on the Mustangs TV network. Austin Aspergren's day is done as he came in to relieve Figueroa back in the 5th inning, and ends up throwing just 2/3 of an inning as he had Anthony Baez ground out into an inning-ending double play. The Mustangs bring in Northwest Bearcat John Pomato to the mound, as he will face the Mudcats left fielder Nori Gallagher. The Mustangs still have a 4-1 lead here in the top half of the 6th. Motto's only thrown in 1 game so far. He threw 1 inning in that game and ended up with a strikeout. So we'll see if he gets any extended work here as Gallagher grounds over to Husky and a shortstop. Throws on over to Cassidy at first for the first out in the inning. On a hard hit ground ball by Gallagher, Husky able to move on over towards second base and make the play. Thrown over to Cassidy at first as that brings up the Mudcats first baseman Michael Klein to the plate. Klein sits at 0 for 2 on the night. He flew out in the second inning and ended up being the man that Zach Johnson threw out at first from right field back in the fourth inning. Pamato delivers. Ball number 1 bounces off the chest plate of Alvarez and back to the fence. Pamato, like I said, out of Northwest Missouri State, ended up making 6 appearances for the Bearcats this past season. Had 3 strikeouts and 4 2/3 of an inning. It's a swing and a miss there by Klein for strike number 1. Those 6 appearances, he ended up with 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. He sets to deliver the third pitch in the at-bat. Just outside there for ball number 2. Brings it to a 2-1 count now here with 1 away in the top half of the 6th. Motto looks in for the sign and set to deliver now. Just a bit inside there, making Klein kind of back up and brings it to a 3-1 count. Motto steps off the mound as he wasn't liking what Alvarez was putting down for signs there. He deals, guess that was ball number 4. Ends up walking Klein. Can't say I necessarily agree with it, as I thought it hit the outside corner from up here, but umpire, I guess, has a better view than I do, and that brings up the catcher TJ Martin to the plate. Martin sits at 0 for 1 on the night as he grounded out to the third baseman Evan McDonald back in the 4th inning. Motto sets and delivers here. Low and in the dirt, but Alvarez able to keep it in front of him and keeps that runner standing on first base on that ball in the dirt. Mustangs still have the lead 4-1 as they look to split this doubleheader against the Mudcats and maintain their .500 record in league play this year. As the batter looks at strike number 1 there on the inside corner. Brings it to a 1-1 count here with 1 away. The swing and a miss. Alvarez throws on down to first, and not in time as the runner Michael Klein able to hop back in there. That was a quick snap throw there on what was possibly a hit and run as the batter, TJ Martin, ended up swinging at a high fastball, but not able to get the bat on the ball, and Klein almost thrown out at first by Alvarez. That moves it to a 1-2 count now. As Pamato deals high to even the count at 2-2. We said the Mustangs are starting a homestand with this doubleheader tonight and take on the Clarinda A's tomorrow night for a family night at Phil Welsh. So we have dollar hot dogs all night and a swing and a miss by TJ Martin, as that is the second out in the inning and Pamato's second strikeout on the season. Brings up the third baseman Todd Zinnigy to the plate. Like I was saying, the Mustangs have dollar hot dogs for family night tomorrow night as they take on the 2013 league champions Clarinda A's. Now on Friday night they play the Mustangs alumni as we have Friday night lights with dollar beers all night. And a ball inside there on Zinnigy. Motto set to deliver now. Zinnigy looks at a 1-0 count. There's ball number 2 as the runner heads on over to second base. The throw in time and out at second base as Michael Klein, who had a drop ball by Alvarez and thought he could take second base, but not able to, as Klein is the final out here in the top half of the sixth. As we move into the bottom half of the sixth, Mustangs still have a 4-1 lead. We'll see shortstop Brandon Husky lead things off, and we'll be back on the Mustangs TV network. And we're back here in the bottom half of the sixth with the Mustangs having a 4-1 lead. And the shortstop Brandon Husky coming to the plate now. Husky sits on a 1-for-1 night as he doubled back in the second inning and got hit by a pitch back in the third and grounds the ball just foul down the third base line. Thought it was going to end up staying fair, but ends up just trickling a few inches foul. Mayer fields and a high fly ball by Husky into shallow right center field. Second baseman Sagai comes back and ends up making the play for the first out in the inning. Husky flies out, and that brings up the first baseman Josh Cassidy to the plate. Cassidy 0 for 2 on the night. She grounded out in the second and struck out in the third. Mayers looks to deal now. And ball number 1 low there. One away here in the bottom of the sixth. Cassidy fouls one back there for strike number 1. Moves to a 1-1 count. Cassidy played this season at Arkansas Pine Bluff, finishing up his junior year. Played in 41 games, had 35 hits, for 11 of them were doubles and 5 stolen bases on the season. So, like a lot of Mustangs, has a set of wheels underneath him there. So he looks at ball number 2 on the inside corner. Moves it to a 2-1 count now. Mares delivers and a swing and a miss by Cassidy for strike number 2. Mustangs now just 3 outs away once they're done with this inning from securing that 7th win of the season. As Cassidy grounds one over to the third baseman, Zigini. And out at first is Cassidy as Zigini throws over to Klein at first base. Klein able to make a scoop on that one to get Cassidy out. That brings up the third baseman, Evan McDonald, to the plate. McDonald drove in the first run of the game for the Mustangs back in the second inning on an RBI single. Then grounded out to the shortstop back in the fourth inning as Mares deals ball number 1 low there. Mares delivers and foul back to the fence for strike number 1 at the at-bat. So McDonald looks at ball number 2 there. Brings it to a 2-1 count now. McDonald was a late addition to the Mustangs this year. He actually played a little bit for him last year as well. As he looks at ball number 3 outside. Mares set to deliver now. McDonald fouls one back to the fence. McDonald comes out of Platte City, Missouri, and played for Barton County this past season. Finished up his freshman year and ended up batting .364 in them in 55 games. Had 5 home runs as he looks at strike number 3 on the outside corner for the final out of the inning. We move into the top half of the 7th. Mustangs just 3 outs away from moving to 3-3 in league play and 7-3 on the season. We'll see if Pomado can shut him down in the top half of the 7th. We'll be back with you on the Mustangs TV network. And we're back as we move into the top half of the 7th inning. The Mustangs lead 4-1 as John Pomado's day is done. He threw in the 6th inning, threw just that 1 inning, gave up just a walk and no hits and no runs in that inning. And the Mustangs bring in their closer for now, Brett Ash, as he has 3 saves on the season. So he's thrown those 3 innings, has 7 strikeouts. He's got a good fastball with a big sweeping curve. So So we'll see if he can set them down in order as the Mustangs look to secure their 7th win on the season. And I know we talked about it back in the first game. There is what looks to be an Oakland A's scout in the audience. And something tells me he is here to see Brett Ash. That's one of the guys that might get picked up in the draft this coming weekend. Be a big loss for the Mustangs, but something tells me they'll be able to come out of it with the great pitching they've had so far this year. For the Mudcats, the third baseman, Todd Zenigi, comes up as he looks at strike number 1 on the outside corner. Zenigi is 2 for 2 on the night. He's had a single back in the 2nd and 4th innings. Looks at a ball in the dirt there, brings the count to 1-1 now. As Zenigi fouls one back to the fence. Moves it to a 1-2 count now. Brett Ash, a native of Topeka, Kansas, played for Washburn University, and this is senior year. He's definitely a strong strikeout pitcher as he had 51 strikeouts, in just 56 innings pitched. And as we saw right there, a swing and a miss on a big sweeping curveball from Ash for his 8th strikeout of the season. And Zenigi sits down as the first out here in the top half of the 7th. And brings up the second baseman, Rain Sagai, to the plate. The Mustangs hang on to a 4-1 lead here. Looking to split these 2 games of a doubleheader. Sagai swinging at the first pitch and fouls one back to the third base side as it heads into the stands and over the batting cage down there on the left field side. Sagai is 1 for 2 in this game. He had a single back in the 2nd inning. A swing and a miss on a hard fastball there by Ash. Something tells me that radar gun the scout's holding up probably hit about 95 on that one. Possibly even more, as that was a strong fastball from the closer. So a foul ball back to the stands here. Hits the netting above the grandstands. Ash set to deliver now. So he deals low there for ball number 1. Brings it to a 1-2 count with 1 away here in the top of the 7th. Ash looks in for the sign and delivers now. It's another sweeping curveball for his 2nd strikeout in the inning. His 9th on the season as the guy swings and misses on a sequence of pitches that went from a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to probably a low 80s curveball. And that brings up the top of the order with Josh Ethier coming to the plate. Ethier sits at 0 for 2 on this game. He lines one down the first base side, but ends up going foul for strike number 1. As Ash looks to get this final out and close out the Mustangs' 4-1 win here tonight. As he deals outside for ball number 1. Brings it to a 1-1 count. Ash delivers now. The high fly ball down the right field line. Johnson tracking it over towards the fence. Not able to make the grab as that one falls down in there. There's a foul ball for strike number 2. Moves it to a 1-2 count now. Johnson made a great effort on that one, but not able to come up with it as he comes up just short on that fly ball. The final out music begins to play here at Phil Welch. As something tells me Ash is going to go to that big old sweeping curveball he has to get the final out. And the ground ball over to Powers at second base, throws on over to Cassidy at first, and that's a winner from Phil Welch Stadium as the Mustangs take game number 2 of the doubleheader, 4-1. We'll stick around to see who the Eagle Radio Player of the Game is in this win here tonight. Something tells me it might go to the hometown hero, Lucas Powers. He drove in the go-ahead run back in the second inning. Although it could go to any number of players tonight. As Evan McDonald had an RBI single in the second inning that drove in the first run, the tying run of the game. And then the starting pitcher, Jeremiah Figueroa, went 4 1/3 strong innings tonight. He held the Mudcats to just one run. Or it could even go to Brett Ash, who closed out his 4th save of the season. Ended up getting strikeouts number 8 and 9. So we'll stick around and see who it is. Just a couple of seconds here as they're finishing up the handshakes.
Eagle Radio Player of the Game tonight's Lucas Powers, 1-for-2 with RBI single. He won the defense from 200, set up 1 the first base, followed back 4 runs before. What was key for game number 2? They didn't get into there. You guys started the whole team this weekend, got game 2 victory for tonight. How does that come in the rest of the game this weekend? I'm going to say it's on the good side to keep this team baseball up this week. All right, that was Lucas Powers, the Eagle Radio Player of the Game. Go back one more time.
And there you have it, Eagle Radio Player of the Game, Lucas Powers, as he drove in the go-ahead run back in the second inning for tonight's game. Mustangs split the doubleheader against the Mudcats, losing 4-0 in the first game and winning 4-1 in the second game. Mustangs will be back at Phil Welch Stadium tomorrow night as they take on league opponent Clarinda in a 7 o'clock start. We hope you join us here at Phil Welch tomorrow night, but if you can't, we hope you tune in to the YouTube broadcast yet again, as we'll be back on the Mustangs TV network for tomorrow night's game. Hope everyone has a great night, as that's a winner from Phil Welch.